Hello, y'all. It's that time of the night where I hand feed you Yuri, like you're a little nursing kitten or something like that. Hi there, Ralph. How you doing? Come on into the live scene. How you doing there, Ralph? Hope you're doing well today. Saw you woke up a little bit late. You're working on your crafters and stuff at the moment. I haven't been logged in Final Fantasy 14 for like a week, but yeah, maybe I'll come in every once in a while and do some crafting. I'm gonna at least try to raid this tier a little bit. I can't promise anything though. I might not have it in me physically speaking. It's not definitely not like a mental thing, but I might not have the health in my hands to be raiding in 14 this tier, which is unfortunate. But we're gonna see what's gonna happen. Daily dose of Yuri. I'm spoon feeding it to you. I'm like taking out the little bottle and have you like nurse on it. It's your daily meal of Yuri. I watched the second episode of I'm in Love with the Villainess last night, and the main character somehow managed to become more of a creep. But you can also see like where it's kind of genuine too. I don't know. It's like a lot of Yuri anime like straddles the line of being like, you know, obviously written by somebody that doesn't understand boundaries very well. Some of it doesn't, some of it does. It's weird. It's at least entertaining. I'll give it that, you know? It's entertaining and a little clever and somewhat enjoyable. That's all I really care about. Just enjoying what I get to watch. But yeah, hey there, awesome pie. Or, sorry, pie. Just the pie. If we're gonna take away the awesome, we take away the 2001, and we're left with the smallest part of the name, just the pie. How are you doing there? Hope you're doing well today. No FF10 today. Not all Yuri anime can be as good as the Magical Revolution. But, you know, it can at least, it can be entertaining at the very least. Also, of course, one of my favorites is Miss Kobayashi's Dragon Maid. The piece of the pie. The smallest piece of the pie, but damn is it good. Yeah, not everything can be that, or Miss Kobayashi's Dragon Maid. But even, like, you see, Miss Kobayashi's Dragon Maid, it has, like, those boundary issues, but, like, also, it kind of, like, is a parody of itself a little bit. I hope you're doing real. Yeah, I'm a real person, I think. I haven't, like, studied it too much to make sure that I am, or I haven't given that much thought. But I'm pretty sure I'm a real person. I think about things, therefore I am, correct? You're gonna give me a pie to eat? How are you doing there, Lana? Hope you're doing well, thank you. I'm okay today. I was watching somebody go through the end of Dawn Trail. Doing some extreme too. Cool. Mosquito, get away from me. Don't make me get... Wow, what is this? Oh, the get well card? I'm gonna use a get well card to kill this mosquito. The second it lets its guard down. This could all be a simulation. It could be. Or it could not be. It doesn't matter which one it is. Because it's the same thing as, what is it? Arthur C. Clarke's quote, we're either alone in the universe or we are not. Either is equally terrifying. Hey there, Possum, how are you doing? I hope you're having a good day so far. I was lurking a little bit in Justerfly's stream earlier. But I was lurking in a lot of streams earlier, to be fair, but, you know, I tend to, during the day, like, I'll see who's online, and I'll make sure to, like, stop in at everybody's stream and, like, wish them well if I can. But like today I had like 6 streams open at one point. And I had to just sit down and be like, okay, who am I gonna watch right now? It's like I can't do everybody at once. So I know, but like, you know, I've got friends and stuff. I want to like, I want to make sure that they're like, I want to make sure they're doing good, and then I greet them, and like, I end up with so many streams open. I have to like narrow it down. Yeah, want to support them a little bit, but I can only support like a couple of people at once, you know. But that's what the mute button is for. I can support them, mute them, turn to somebody else. Well, thank you for coming in and saying hi, boss. We're gonna be doing a little bit of Juliet route today. I've got a save file that we made that's about in chapter 2 right now. So that's what we're gonna be doing a little bit today. And I was saying that Miss Kobayashi's Dragon Maid kind of, it's a parody on itself a little bit. Like, it makes fun of itself, Ralph, right? Juliet Tuesday, yeah. It's Juliet Tuesday. And I like the fact that that anime kind of makes fun of itself. It's kind of self-aware in that sense. You know? It makes me feel better about it. Happy Juliet Tuesday. Yeah, try not to take itself seriously. And that's also important, I think. A little bit of, like, a little bit of satire, you know? Taking a sip of coffee real quick, don't mind me. Okay. Alright, coffee completed. If I see that mosquito again, I've got this get well card with its fucking name on it here. Oh man, it's in for the worst night of its life. And the last night of its life, for that matter. But yeah, so, you still need to watch that one? Yeah, I enjoyed it quite a lot. I watched it first time with somebody I was dating at the time, and it was one of like... It's one of those animes that kind of stuck with me, but it's funny. It's not like crazy emotional or anything. It doesn't take itself too crazy seriously, but it's good. It's just it's a solid one. Oops. Alright, please be happy was a little bit low. Yeah, it's comfy. And I don't mind comfy too much. I like comfy, I like slice of life. But I also like other stuff too. And Please Be Happy is that sort of similar brand of slice of life. Not spice of... Oh my god, I can't speak already. This is gonna be a rough stream, everybody. If I'm already having issues with speaking, you can imagine what's gonna happen. But yeah, so I think we had just gotten into chapter 2. So we had all the business with meeting Juliet, trying to steal from Juliet, meeting Aspen if she remembers our name, and now we're going back to... I think we've stayed the night in the library. And they sort of convinced us, like, hey, make this your home. We'll take care of you. You never had a friend before, but now you will. It's the sweetest shit.
How far did we get last time?
How far did we get last time? Yep, so this is the one right here. And tomorrow we'll be back doing some Final Fantasy X, in case you're down for that. I think we're like 3/4 of the way through Final Fantasy. I feel something on my neck. Is it the fucking mosquito trying to give me a hickey? Everybody wants to nowadays. Anyway, I think we're like 3/4 of the way through FF10. Suck, I know, right? Giving me the bad suck here. And so I think it'll be like another 2, maybe 3 streams before we finish 10. So I've scheduled us for another, like, 3 streams. Or no, I've scheduled us for, yeah, 3 streams this week. But, you know, we'll see if I finish it in that time or not. It depends on the pace I go. I got stuck in the fucking Comlands last night for like 2.5 hours. But at the same time, I did say that I wanted to do a grind session. So I kind of imposed upon myself a grind session by accident. What is that emote there? The wheeze? Yeah. Don't worry, I'm gonna be wheezing in a second here. Alright. Okay, focus. I can speak today, it's okay. Alright, here we go. Let me finally attempt to read. For the second day in a row, I wake up in a soft bed. My bed. It's early. The library downstairs is silent. No one else is here, aside from Juliet. I didn't even transform before falling asleep last night. Just passed out like this, with human arms and legs. No wonder I'm sore. After I agreed to Juliet's offer, the rest of the day passed by quickly. Aspen and Juliet showed me around the house part of the library, and Juliet made dinner for the 3 of us. Aspen didn't leave until the evening, and I decided to go to bed early. After the whirlwind of emotions I went through yesterday, I was exhausted and fell asleep as soon as my head hit the pillow. Not having to be on alert at the moment, I opened my eyes as a nice change. I could toss and turn and even doze a little bit longer. I was having a hard time waking up today too, so I get you, Miho. Maybe it's because I, stayed up too late like I do every single night, but, don't at me. I get as much rest as my body will let me. Once I've had my fill of being lazy, I finally crawl out of bed.
Okay, time to get up.
I love the little ornaments on her skirt that we don't normally get to see too much because of the hoodie. It doesn't take me long to get ready. I tiptoe to the door out of habit, so carefully that only someone with super keen hearing would be able to hear me. But then I remember.
Oh yeah, I don't need to sneak around while I'm here.
I loosen up and step out into the hallway, shutting the door behind me. Being so openly noisy is almost harder than being sneaky. What kind of comment you making there, Rena staying up late? Look, half of this chat has done something or other to make me stay up late. And then I make myself stay up late almost every night. So... But I don't try to, I just, there's stuff I want to do, and there's not enough hours in the day for me to be awake. You know? The building is so quiet. Juliet told me to come find her when I wake up. So I make my own way down the hallway towards the room she showed me yesterday. It's one of the last in the hall, tucked away in a corner. Unlike the other doors, a tiny bit of flickering light escapes from the gap below.
This is the place.
Now that I'm standing here, my nerves start to get the better of me. What if she's forgotten me this time and chases me away? Or what if... I screw my eyes shut and take a deep breath, pushing away my worries. If I'm going to stay here for a while, I need to stop thinking like that. I can't let that fear keep winning. That's our girl. Forcing myself to be brave, I twist the doorknob and enter. Wait, I should have knocked, shouldn't I? It's too late now. I step into the room only to be struck by how dark it is. With just one window, the main light source is a candlelit lamp, illuminating the white-cloaked figure sitting on her desk. Just like the library downstairs, there are rows and rows of books covering the shelves around the room. Juliet looks up to greet me, a gentle smile written on her face.
Oh, good morning, Miho. Did you sleep well?
I've been, kind of in a writing mood lately, too, but I haven't really found the time to do it. Because I've been, during the day I'll, pop into people's streams who stream early than me. And then, as soon as I finish streaming, I tend to raid somebody, and I like to stay around for them. And then I was watching anime, and, I I need executive control of myself. You know? I need to be in control of my actions and just do it. She remembered me. I hide my relief, I think.
I sure did. I think that might have been the best sleep I ever had.
I'm most glad to hear it. Would you like to sit down?
Oh, sure. Thanks.
There's only one other seat, so I awkwardly sit down across from her. It feels a little bit like an interrogation.
Would you like some tea?
I've never had tea, so I don't know if I like it or not. I think I should accept her offer out of politeness, though.
Sure.
Juliet pulls out a teacup from a shelf nearby and sets it on a little plate, then pours the tea without spilling a single drop. She pushes the plate with the cup over to me.
Sugar.
Sugar. I've eaten enough human snacks to know that I like sugar.
Yes, please.
If someone just asked me the word sugar, I think I would say something like honey. Juliet offers me a small pot full of little white cubes. Without hesitating, I take two and toss them into my mouth. They're kind of crunchy at first, but quickly fall apart. Pie, didn't Asha do that at one point? That exact same thing? Juliet frowns just a little. Enough that a human probably wouldn't notice. Did I do something wrong? Wait, I know.
Oh, thank you.
That gets her to smiles. I'm pretty sure I did the right thing.
We'll have breakfast in a little while. Aspen usually comes by to help open the library, and then we eat together.
Ralph, I hate to say it, but that's probably just your tail fixation talking to you. Seriously, is this mosquito like... Did that mosquito bite my neck? I can't believe it skipped past first base.
That sounds nice. Does she help out because of the sunlight?
My, that's astute of you. You're correct. Although I'm able to tolerate a bit of sun, I do prefer the dark.
This is me, by the way. I can tolerate a little bit of sun.
I wasn't sure if you knew I was a vampire or not.
I figured it out just now. That explains how you were able to hear me and find my den, huh?
Indeed. That said, I have my dear friend Orpheus to thank for helping me know where to find you.
Yeah, don't let Lae'zel know about that. Something scratches in the corner of the room and I look up to notice a large bat dangling from a hook on the shelves. Has that been there this whole time?
Is he also...
No, Orpheus is a bat through and through, not a vampire. He happened to notice you on his way home one day.
So that's the friend you were talking about. I was wondering about that.
I have the pleasure of knowing several of Wellington's loco bats. They keep me apprised of news from around the city.
You're not, like... you know...
If the bat plays or does anything related to music, you'll die of laughter. I tap one of my front teeth, not sure how to ask the question politely.
Oh, heavens no! I consume as little blood as one of my kind can, and what I do partake of is freely donated.
Can we please have a scene of Juliet drinking Miho's blood? Would that be too much for this game? Maybe I'm just imparting my own vampire fetish into this game.
I love this city.
I'll write my own visual
I'd
novel.
never had them like that. Besides, I had quite enough of that.
Don't
during
at me,
my time in
Ralph.
the underworld. Is that where you come from as well?
I can tell from the stream delay that you started typing that as I said it. Studio Ellen, please. Yeah. If there's one thing that they could do to make this game better, please, Studio Ellen. Quite enough of that during my time in the underworld.
Oh, I'm not from the underworld. I'm from Korea.
This is a hell of a quote.
I've heard lots about it, though. I'm one of the only fabled I know of who doesn't come from there. For a long time, I didn't even know that other fabled existed.
Indeed. Gumio like yourself are some of the few I know of.
Wait, Gumiho? Is that what I'm called? That explains a lot.
Bit more of a like a g sound to it than good, but yeah.
You didn't know, but you go by the name Miho.
Just because I like the sound, I thought it was more like a nickname. I change it up wherever I go. Gumi, Homie, Migu. I've never had a real name. I didn't even know I had a kind. I've never met someone else like me. I wonder if we'd have much in common.
I wonder. Have other foxes, well, Gumio, lived the same kind of life I have? Maybe they're better at fitting in with people than I am, and that's why I've never seen one.
Are there any other Gumio in Wellington?
None that I know of. It's possible, though.
I'm not sure what I'd say if I did meet one.
Earfold. I'd wonder about others like me before, but since I've never met one, I eventually assume they don't exist. Finding out that they do, and that there's even a name for us, comes as a pretty big surprise. No matter how long I've been alive, there's still so much that I don't know about the world. As our discussion tapers off, the sound of the front door reaches my ears from downstairs. Juliet must have heard too, looking over as I do.
Oh, that'll be Aspen. Shall we go down to breakfast?
I'll never say no to that.
Amen, brother. Best meal of the day. Juliet takes to her feet, blowing out the lamp as she does. Orpheus the bat leaves the study when leaves the study when we do, though he flies off in a different direction. I guess he won't be joining us for the meal. I have to be careful not to spill my cup of tea as we walk down the stairs. Aspen waits at the bottom, a large book tucked under her arm. She waves with her free hand to greet us.
Good morning, Aspen. It's nice to see you again.
I just remembered, where has Arctic Song been the past week or so? Since I was watching so many streams today, but I realized I haven't seen her streaming in a while.
Good morning, Juliet. And you too, Miho. I must admit, I was a little worried you might run off during the night.
I may have thought about it a little. After I went to bed, though, I was out like a light.
Glad you decided otherwise, then. Living in the library sounds like heaven. I can't believe you think about giving that up. Anyway,
I'd love to live in a library.
I'll stay too late. I'll go ahead and take care of the windows.
I wouldn't mind working in a library either. But yeah, I'd love to live in a library. Apart from, you know, the amount of dusting you need to do, because oh my god, I'd be dying.
I'll get started on breakfast then. Would you like grape or strawberry jam?
Strawberry.
I think I'm feeling like strawberry today.
Strawberry.
Oh, or some of that orange marmalade if there's any left.
Well, I vote strawberry.
You have to let Miho try that too.
I'll see if we have it. Is that a nonce you have with you? You can just leave him on the desk.
Trying to crack my neck. Some works, yeah. I could have done some work at the Cornell Library, but I didn't in the end. But maybe if I got another chance.
It sure is. I'll be taking Jacques on the way out.
I'll write it down.
The two of them stroll off in different directions while I stand on the stairs, unable to follow any of the conversation.
Who's Jax? Anonsei? I don't see anyone with you.
I can like feel my neck ready to crack, but it won't.
This is a nonce.
She taps the cover of the book that she brought with her.
He's the author of this. Juliet suggested I read some of his work, but I'm finding him rather dull.
Huh.
I try my— oh, thank you for the stretch. Is the stretch just an excuse for you to listen to me making erotic sounds? I feel like it is. I feel like I've been tricked. I try my best to sound interested, but books are the most boring thing I can imagine. Maybe I'd see the appeal if I could read them, but how can they be better than doing things yourself? After setting the book down on the front desk, Aspen goes into the main room, leaving me alone in the hallway. I make my own way down the rest of the steps. Looking down at my teacup, I decide to take a tiny sip. Take a tiny sip. Yuck. It's kind of bitter and also bland at the same time. Frowning, I set the cup down on one of the shelves nearby. At least I tried it. The sugar was way better though. The door Aspen went through is still open. I can hear her bustling around. The room where Juliet went isn't far away either, and I can already smell food. I guess I'll go watch... We're gonna go watch Juliet. Because last time I picked Aspen. I follow my nose and head to the kitchen. Did I pick Juliet last time? I might have picked her last time, not sure. There's a big frying pan on the stove with a blob of melting butter sizzling it. Juliet gives the pan a push and moves it around before walking to the counter to continue her work.
That smells great.
I vaguely think I did. But then I 180'd and chose Aspen instead.
Oh, Miho. Go ahead and take a seat if you'd like. This shouldn't take long.
I do what she suggests and sit down at the dinner table in the same spot as yesterday. Lovely smells swirl around about the room as she opens this jar and that.
What you making?
Fried eggs and toast with some fresh fruit. It's what we usually have. Is that all right with you?
Better than alright. I'm almost drooling just thinking about it.
I should save that sound clip for Don't Ask Me Why.
I hope that it lives up to expectations then.
I watch as she quickly butters a few slices of bread and then tosses them into another pan on the stove. While it cooks, she takes an apple from a nearby bowl of fruit and cuts out the core before swiftly chopping it into perfectly even pieces.
You sure did that fast.
Practice makes perfect, as they say. And I've had quite a lot of practice.
Yeah, a few hundred years will do that to you. After moving the apple slices onto a plate, she takes an orange and starts to do the same thing.
The bats enjoy fruit as well, so I tend to keep a lot of it around the house. If there are any items you'd like me to keep around the house for you, do let me know.
Something tells me that snacks from a convenience store aren't what she has in mind.
I'll tell you if I think of anything.
Again, I feel like if you have like 300 years of experience, things that aren't like cooked and prepared are probably going to be pretty bland and like trite to you. Juliet finishes the fruit before dropping the eggs into the pan with butter. They start to sizzle too. Finally, she slides toast out and onto a plate. Right as the eggs finish cooking and Juliet sets a table for 3 of us, Aspen daintily steps into the room.
All set on my end.
Thank you. I just finished cooking too.
That said, like if you're gonna live that long, your perception of time will probably change, and you can probably go long swathes of time just eating the exact same thing. I imagine. You know. We all sit down and dig in. The food, of course, is delicious.
So, Miho, how will you be spending your first day as an official Wellington resident?
I don't know yet. Hadn't really thought about it. Now that you mention it, I'll have a lot more free time now, huh? Usually I'd go hunting for food, or looking for a better place to stay, or...
Instinctively, I go silent as I reach for my pocket and the familiar crumpling paper.
Or...
If it's something you don't want to share, don't feel that you must.
Right, that too.
I hesitate. I'm not sure if I've told anyone about what I'm searching for, or at least not the specifics. I've had a lot of first times lately, though. What's one more? Besides, maybe the two of them can help.
No, it's okay. I've been looking for someone.
I wipe my hands first, making sure they don't have any crumbs or grease on them. Then, I carefully slide the thin scroll in my pocket. I always keep it in the deepest part, where it won't get wet or damaged. With great care, I gently unroll it, letting the two women see the ink markings brushed onto the scroll. The edges are fuzzy with age by now, but the text is still legible. I think, anyway.
They gave me this a long time ago. I don't know what it says.
Right there, I was able to crack it,
Is
finally.
that Korean? Maybe Chinese? I'm not able to read either one, unfortunately.
Like, ancient Korean is very close to Chinese, so...
They remind me of older Chinese characters, but I can't be certain myself. Sorry, but I'm not too familiar with them either.
They look a little defeated, but I quickly wave off their concern.
It's okay. Nobody I've asked could read it either. For all I know, they might just be scribbles. I thought that maybe if I
Yes.
knew what it said, it would help me find them.
Who exactly are they, if I may ask?
They're a traveler. I learned that word just to be able to describe them. They were the first human I ever met, and they told me stories about the rest of the world.
And you've been searching for them ever since then?
Yep, for as long as I can remember. I met them back in Korea, when I was a fox. I couldn't understand what they were saying, not until much later.
Reminiscing about them gives me a very particular feeling. It's warm and fuzzy, but also a little sad. I think people call it nostalgia. My voice is a little quieter as I finish what I mean to say.
But that never stopped them from coming to see me. I don't know their name or even where they're from, but I'll definitely recognize them when I see them again.
Both Aspen and Juliet are quiet for a moment, visibly thinking over what I've said. After a long while, it's Juliet who speaks first.
In that case, I'd be happy to assist in any way I can.
Me too, of course. Speaking of which, I may have found something useful to you. I was doing a little bit of research on Gumiho last night. There was surprisingly little to be found compared to some of the other fabled.
Wait a sec. You found out that I'm a Gumio too?
Well, yes. It wasn't too difficult to look up. Is that odd?
So in less than a day, both Aspen and Juliet were able to learn something about myself that I couldn't in a lifetime.
I guess not.
I only realized how I sound after I've said it. Juliet shoots a look at Aspen, who quickly tries to move the discussion along.
Anyway, I was trying to find out why Juliet and I can remember you when nobody else can. Although I didn't find anything about memories in particular, there was one story that claimed a Gumiho's curse doesn't take effect until a full day later.
Oh, of course. And since you and I both saw Miho again before too much time passed, we didn't forget her.
Right, that also makes sense from what you told us yesterday, Miho, doesn't it? You said you don't tend to talk to people a second time.
Yeah, I usually try to avoid it, really.
I hadn't ever thought of my magic as a curse before, but I guess to the person who forgets me, it is.
So that means that all we have to do to avoid forgetting about Miho is...
It's impossible to miss the pause before Aspen's words, like she's not confident in what she's about to say.
see her every day. Forever.
Forever. That word hangs in the air. Aspen says it cheerfully, but even I can recognize just how impossible that is. At some point, even these two will forget about me, won't they? Why even try them? Why bother if I know it'll just hurt in the end? On cue, those kinds of doubts start to swirl in my head like always. It's so tempting to just stop caring and give up on others. No, I won't let myself dwell on that. Not on my first day living here. Who knows, even if it's a long time from now, maybe these thoughts will go away for good. Juliet clears her throat before the silence goes on for too long.
Well, that's not bad at all. Preserving the memory of those you hold dear is one of the most important parts of life.
Some foreshadowing. Aspen ponders for a moment before nodding.
It really is.
It seems a little early for either of them to consider me dear to them, but I keep that to myself.
So, anyway, about Jax?
For a relief, Aspen changes the subject away from me and my magic. As Juliet and Aspen chat between themselves, the conversation drifts onto things. Oh my god. Enunciation, please. Onto things I don't know about. And people and places I don't recognize. It's all probably related to books. I need some, like, tongue twisters. So I can train my enunciation. I smile and laugh when they do, but I'm not really paying attention or talking. Listening to the two of them, they may as well be speaking a different language. The more I observe, the more it seems I'll have to learn. Not just about normal people in human life, but about myself as well, and even the world. In one day, both Aspen and Juliet were able to figure out what I am and how my magic works. I've had a long time to do that, and still had no idea. It doesn't even seem like it was hard for them. There's something that I have to admit to myself. I haven't really tried before. Just what have I been missing out on? I feel something bubbling up inside me. The same feeling as yesterday when I decided to come back to the library instead of running away. Something that makes me clench my fists and take a deep breath as I make another decision. Something that I realize I can put a name to, even though it's a new one for me. This is what people call hope. Even if it's pointless in the end.
I want to learn how to be a person.
Juliet cuts off whatever she was saying mid-sentence. Both she and Aspen turn to face me, eyes wide. Yeah, I can't even help you with that, Miho, sorry. You think I'm a person? Oh, Jesus. Oops, I guess I should have started by waiting for them to stop talking.
You want to... what?
I've already messed this up, but I keep going.
Be a person. To know about the things you two are talking about. All the stuff that you give me a weird look for when I don't know. I want to learn about it.
I'd say that you're already well on your way.
Her expression becomes quite serious as she continues. I'm a little glad. She sees as much weight behind this as I feel about it.
Miho, there are some things that you can't rush or change overnight. This is definitely one of them. That said, starting can be the hardest part. You've already taken the first step.
That's our Juliet.
What Juliet said. I'm sorry, too. I didn't mean to keep you out of our conversation.
No, it's okay. I was busy thinking anyway. I can't stop looking for my person, of course, but maybe I can do more than that too.
We'll help you in any ways that we can.
Aspen nods in agreement, but then checks the time and sighs.
It'll have to wait until later, though, because I need to be leaving for work. I'm sure Juliet needs her rest, too.
Thanks. I am rather tired. Will you be alright on your own for the day, Miho?
Yeah, I should be. I'll figure out something to do.
Wonderful. Here, let me take those.
She gets up and collects the dirty plates, then carries them to the sink.
Tomorrow I have to go in earlier than usual to open. If you come by, I can make you that drink again, Miho. As long as you promise not to run away, that is.
Sure, don't worry. I'm not going anywhere this time. Although, will it still be at home?
At home?
At home?
Like, free.
Oh, on the house! Yes, of course. This should probably be the last time, though, or my boss will start getting upset.
Aw, okay. It was nice while it lasted.
Years. Aspen pauses as she rises from the table and starts to leave.
You know, getting a job might be a good idea if you're serious about living a normal life. It's hardly the most
Don't
fun,
at me,
but
Aspen.
then you could buy as many fairy kiss chillers as you want.
A job? Sounds like a pain.
Or you could... Remember the idea I had last time Miho could become a streamer? She wouldn't get as many fairy chillers as she wants, but she might get 10 in a month. Aspen just sinks as just sighs as I sink into my seat. The way she talks about having a job makes it sound awful.
Well, it's just a suggestion. See you later, Juliet. Miho.
With that, she takes her leave as Juliet and I wave her off. After the distant sound of Juliet shutting her bedroom door, the whole library is silent, leaving me alone with my thoughts in the kitchen. The front doors are unlocked and open to everyone, so it's just a matter of time until the first guests arrive.
Well, what do I do now?
She's just like you, what? Partially an animal and, looking for a job? The empty room doesn't have an answer. Right about now, I'd usually be scrounging for breakfast or scoping out a new place, or maybe even planning where I'd spend the night. With a full belly and a bed to come back to, I don't have to worry about any of that. Instead, I have a lot of free time on my hands.
Guess I'll explore.
I got it right? Hell yeah. It's how I've been spending a lot of my free time recently anyway, and while Juliet and Aspen seem fine so far, it's still a little tiring to be around other people so much. Having some time alone is important too. Some life lessons there. Making my way into town, I try to pay more attention to what people are doing instead of searching for opportunities. I meant what I said about wanting to be more of a person, but small steps are easier for me. If there's one thing I'm good at, it's observing. Miho, best voyeur. Of course, I'll also be keeping an eye out for anything that can help me find my person. But I have to admit that I don't have much of a plan for that. Usually when I go to a new country or city, I'll try to find someone who might know them or who recognizes my scroll. I usually prefer asking other fabled. They're easier to deal with than humans. It's not a very efficient plan, if I'm being honest. I'd have to get really lucky for it to work. But I haven't come up with any better options. Now that Aspen and Juliet have offered to help, maybe they'll be able to think of something new. For now, I'm just killing time. I take it slow passing through the city and even pop into some stores along the way. One is full of musical instruments, while the right next door is a store selling kitchen utensils. Across the street, there's another place with racks full of used clothes. I step into each store and pace around the aisles, just browsing. Usually, I never come into these kinds of shops. Even though they have some expensive stuff, it's all bulky and hard to carry. Plus, I've learned the hard way that some pawn shops and buyers are good at guessing when something's stolen. Now that I'm paying more attention to what's for sale, I've realized I don't even know what a lot of the stuff does. In the kitchen store, there's normal pots and pans and dishes, which makes sense. But there's also a bunch of different gadgets with all kinds of shapes and sizes. I can't even guess what you'd use some of them for. At the music store, I recognize a few instruments like guitars and pianos and drums. There are also a bunch that I have seen before but don't know the names of. Mostly the kinds you play with your mouth. Then there are some that I've never seen, and can't even be sure are actually instruments and not some kind of other device. I seem to be the only one having this problem. In both stores, the other customers I've seen walk all around like they know what they're doing, or at least are looking for something in particular. I try to listen in on a conversation that someone's having with a salesperson, but it's just like listening to Aspen and Juliet talk. I don't recognize half the words. In the end, it doesn't even matter. I tried so hard and got so far. I don't spend long in either store.
This is already harder than I thought.
I've said that before. Nearby, there's a clock outside one of the stores, and it informs me that it's only been an hour or so since I left the library. Guess still a long time before Juliet will be up. Guess I'll keep looking around. Although I'm not expecting much, I continue to browse through most of the shops I pass, just for something to do. It's about the same as me going through a Waka's shop in FF10. I think about going by the bell house and saying hello to Aspen, but when I get there, there's a line out the door and around the building. Peeking through the window, I don't even see her. Instead, somebody else is taking orders at the counter. I don't feel like waiting, so I keep walking instead. I end up walking for as long as I can stand it. Past the Skyport and beach, past Mount Victoria, back towards town yet again. When it eventually gets too boring even for me, I head back to the library. It's so much busier now than when I left it. There's a pile of books on the desk that people have brought back, and the checkout sheet is half full. Some of the chairs are occupied, and at least a dozen people are browsing the shelves. None of them pay me any mind, even when I grab a snack from the kitchen and then head up to my room. In there, I do the only thing there is to do. Flop onto my bed and stare at the ceiling. Don't get me wrong, I'm glad to have a bed to do that in. But it doesn't help much right now.
So I can be bored outside or bored inside?
That is a constant mood, Miho. In my normal life, I'm usually too busy to be bored. Having time to rest and relax can be a luxury. Now I've got more time than I know what to do with. I hadn't even realized this would be a problem.
Guess all I can do is wait for Juliet.
Hopefully she'll have some ideas. I get the feeling she could give advice on anything.
May as well get comfy.
Yawning, I get under the covers and then transform into a fox. With a soft pillow under my head and a cozy blanket above me, it's a lot like being in a very comfortable den. I want to see this. I want to see the fox under the covers with the little head peeking out and on the pillow. And after all the walking I did, a nap does sound pretty nice. If I'm lucky, I won't wake up until Juliet does. Wrapping my tail around my face, I close my eyes and eventually drift off to sleep. But doesn't she have 9 tails? It's almost dark out when I finally open my eyes. Just like this morning, it takes a second for me to remember where I am. I burrow my way under the blankets and then retake my human form, rubbing the sleepiness from my eyes.
That nap worked better than I expected.
Hopefully Juliet will be awake by now. If she isn't, I don't know what I'll do. There's no way I'm falling back asleep anytime soon. Unlike this morning, when I pass by Juliet's office, there's no light from under the door. I do catch the sound of something going on in the kitchen, so I make my way downstairs. In the kitchen, I'm treated to quite the sight.
Good evening, Miho. I'll be with you in just a moment.
It's not just Juliet in the kitchen, but 3 bats as well. One clings to the back of the chair Aspen sat on this morning. Another is on top of the fridge. The third one is perched on Juliet's shoulder. I think it's the same one that I saw in her office. Juliet's holding a small bag and handing out the contents to different bats. On closer inspection, I realize that they're bugs. All the bats devour them greedily, including the one nibbling by Juliet's ear. She doesn't seem to be too bothered, and hands them each another treat. That's my mosquito right now, actually, resting on my shoulder. It's done sucking my neck like a fucking high school lover, and now it's like, you know, trying to nibble by my ear. But I've got these headphones on.
Alright, here are the last ones.
The bats on the chair and fridge finish their snacks and they fly over my head and out of the kitchen. Their wings nearly clip me in the face and the gust they create blows my hair around. The last one stays on Juliet's shoulder even after it's finished eating, and then Juliet picks up a small envelope from the counter and ties it to one of the bat's legs.
Thank you, Orpheus. We'll see you soon.
This is not the blood-sucking familiar that I want, though. I don't want to be like the mosquito swarm woman, you know. I'd rather have vampires swarming around me, you know. I'll take bats, though. Bats are kind of cute. Although they carry a lot of diseases, so maybe I shouldn't take any bats. And if I do take any bats, I'll be sure to stay away from the Prince of Darkness. Okay, I know that was an accident. Yeah, I am. Okay. Launching itself off Juliet's shoulder, Orpheus takes flight and exits through one of the library windows. even though he was much bigger than the other bats. It doesn't look like Juliet was phased by being used as a launch pad. You know, I bet if I had a pet bat, I wouldn't have so many mosquitoes fucking around in here. Because the pet bat would go and, like, jump on the mosquito and eat it, you know? That's all I gotta do, man. I'm just gonna play the food chain game.
My apologies, Miho. You caught me just at dinner time for the bats.
It's okay. I just woke up.
Oh? I take it you had a busy day then?
Well, not really. Just walked around for a while and then took a nap because didn't know what else to do.
I see. I'm sorry to have left you on your own all day.
Sorry.
I should have made sure you were taken care of before I went to sleep.
She sure does apologize a lot. Is that what it means to be polite? It makes me kind of uncomfortable. It's not like she did anything wrong.
What are some of your hobbies? There are all manner of things tucked away in this room. All that throughout the
The
library.
click. So you heard that click, but you didn't hear the one yesterday during FF10. I see how it is. I guess that one was a little bit more, drawn out. Hi there, Ikokimi, how you doing? We're playing some, Pappy Pappy Happy. So I'm on Juliet's route right now. We're not too far in. We're in chapter 2, and we're like an hour, we're not even like an hour into chapter 2. We're like 45 minutes into chapter 2. Oh, okay, I'll call you Kimmy then. Either way works. I just call people by their usernames and stuff. Except for my moderator, who I call by his FF14 name. Yeah, I hope you're doing well today, Kimmy. This is all stuff that we've seen before in a previous playthrough. We're not really onto any of the new stuff yet, so we're just kind of like hanging around, making crude jokes.
Hobbies. I don't think I know that word.
Same, Miho, same.
Something you do for fun, just because you enjoy it.
Oh, I don't really have anything like that.
You only saw one, yeah, when Rat raided me a couple weeks ago. Yeah, so we finished that playthrough. That was an Aspen playthrough. Now I'm going on to my my Juliet playthrough here. But yeah, feel free to stick around. And I hope you enjoy it. If anything else, hopefully my constant reading is calming. Although she raised her eyebrows, Juliet just nods. I'm guessing that wasn't the answer she was expecting.
I think I understand. Well, perhaps that should be our first order of business. I believe you'd find your life much enriched with something amusing to do.
Okay.
Or
Like
someone.
what?
She ponders for a moment, tapping the countertop beside her.
It could be anything. A sport, an art, or even something like watching television. Whatever brings you joy.
Pretty sure I've never tried any of those.
Then, it seems we have plenty of options to start with. I know you've done a lot of walking today already, but I need to go into town to run some errands. Would you be interested in accompanying me? Maybe we'll see something along the way that strikes your fancy.
Sure.
Hell yeah.
Fine by me. Not like I've got anything better to do.
Me every day. With a smile, Juliet gathers up some more papers and envelopes from the table and tucks them under her arm.
Let's be off then.
Leaving the library unlocked, we sought down the familiar path. Juliet maintains a brisk pace, but isn't too fast. I like this a lot more than going slow.
So, Miho, how are you enjoying Wellington itself so far?
I like it. It's not too big and it's not too small. Like that there's the ocean and mountains close by.
Yes, we're truly fortunate to live in such a paradise.
How'd you end up here in the first place? You said you came from the underworld, right?
It's not a paradise if you have, like, 4-inch wide spiders.
That's correct. Ugh, I was much wilder and irresponsible in those days. But then, I met someone who changed my life. Someone who made me want to be a better person. Part of that meant reinventing myself, with a new life in a new place. Rather like what you've been doing too.
Huh. I can't picture you being crazy like you said.
That's something of a relief, but it was certainly true at the time. Sometimes, it does feel as if I was an entirely different person back then. It can be difficult to reconcile who we were with who we are, or want to be.
Ain't that a fucking quote?
Doesn't seem like you had too much trouble with it.
I wouldn't say that. For one, this was very long ago. And even now, I continue to change. Everyone does.
I'm gonna take my own hydration break real quick.
Perhaps in a few hundred years, I'll look back on these days, and they'll also seem like someone else's life.
Alright. Hydrated. We're good.
Maybe.
Not that I think Juliet is lying, but it seems to me like she's just being modest. I may not know her for long, but if anything, she seems a little too perfect. It isn't too late in the evening yet, so there are plenty of other people out and about too. Occasionally, someone will recognize and greet Juliet, as she always gives them a friendly greeting in turn. After walking in silence for a couple of minutes, I clear my throat.
I've got a question.
What is it?
Do you always walk places?
As opposed to?
Flying. Can't you turn into a bat?
Oh, yes. I suppose I can. I do so only sparingly, though. I find that I appreciate life more as a human than as a bat.
Why? That's weird. Like being a fox a lot more. Being a human just feels clumsy. Your arms and legs are way too long and get in the way all the time.
I suppose that's true.
Meow is so damn
It
cute.
can be quite awkward at times. Or even embarrassing.
Yeah, exactly! I've never been embarrassed as a fox.
I understand. There are certainly downsides. I believe the good makes up for the bad, though. Some things are only possible as a human, or fabled.
Like what? I can't think of any, other than talking like this.
Like writing, for one thing, as our
That's
dear friend
true.
Aspen would surely mention. Or perhaps...
Juliet is going at me because I said that I wanted to write something and didn't. She knows.
like dancing. Have you ever danced, Miho?
We better get a dancing scene.
Nope, never. I don't get why people do it either. Don't tell me you like dancing. Is that your hobby?
I must confess that I do enjoy it. At times, that is. I wouldn't call it a hobby, but
Hobby.
with the right person, at the right moment, it can be quite nice.
This is 110% foreshadowing.
If you say so.
I find myself saying that a lot lately. Shaking and flopping your body around to music, it's not for me. I don't even know how they come up with this stuff. But I'm trying to remember to be polite, so I keep that part to myself.
So, on that note, I should have asked this earlier. Are there any hobbies that you have as a fox?
I never thought about it that way. Now that you mention it, almost everything is better as a fox. The sun feels nicer on my fur than it does on my skin. Flowers smell better and more interesting when I sniff them. It's more vivid.
I remember Aspen using that word and explaining what it means. I bet she'd be proud if she heard me use it.
You do make it sound lovely. But are those things you do for fun?
Well...
I almost say yes right away, but then I think about it for a second. I do love the things that I mentioned, but maybe they don't fit what Juliet is asking.
I guess not. They feel
Um,
good, but they're not fun.
I mean, something you do for pleasure can be fun, but I guess they're not enriching like in the way that she's describing. But yeah.
That's still valuable too.
So far, we've been following the same path I took earlier when I went into town. But when we come to the crossroads, Juliet turns in the direction of a neighborhood instead of a city.
The first stop I need to make is down here. After that, we'll go look around and see if there's anything fun.
Alright, I'm just following you.
This isn't the same neighborhood where I hid from Juliet a couple nights ago, although it's pretty similar. Some of these houses are the sort that reminded me of bugs when I first arrived in Wellington. Please don't remind me of the mosquito who's trying to make out with my neck right now. What's that? What's it called? The psychological condition where you like feel bugs on you? There's a word to describe that sensation. We stop at one of them, a little one-story house with a porch light on. I follow Juliet to the front door, and she rings the doorbell. Yeah, there's a word for it, and I can't remember the word.
Is this for
But I
one of
wanted
your errands?
I wanted to say it the other day when we were in Olive's stream, but I couldn't think of it.
Yes, we're delivering those papers that were requested.
She straightens out the 2 yellow packets she was carrying. The door opens, and a young woman carrying a baby stands behind her.
Oh, Miss Juliet! So good to see you!
With one of her trademark smiles, Juliet hands over the papers and the 2 chat for a bit. I lean against the wall, not involved or listening. When talking to the lady, Juliet uses the same warm tone and softness as when she's talking to me or Aspen. In fact, if I close my eyes, I can almost pretend that I'm back at the breakfast table with both of them, listening to them go on about books. Eventually, the woman takes a folder, and after saying goodbye several times, we leave. As soon as we're off her property, I turn to Juliet.
What was that all about?
I suppose you could call it another one of my hobbies. Sometimes,
Oops,
patrons
sorry.
have requests for information on their ancestors, or a piece of history that they'd like to learn about.
I'm saying sorry to Juliet, really, whenever I interrupt her.
For example, Mrs. Aliyu wanted to know about her husband's culture so she could teach her new child. I find and collect what's requested, and bring it to those who asked.
Whoa! Sounds like a lot of work.
It can be, but I don't mind it. The past is worth preserving, but not everyone knows how. It's my honor to help people do so. I have assistants too, such as dear Orpheus, who is delivering a letter on the far side of town for me.
Are all the bats your helpers?
Some more than others. They're friends, not pets. And so if they don't feel like helping, then I won't force them.
What's the difference between a pet and a friend anyway? You know, one, it's really just the collar, right? To me, it sounds like a lot of people to me it sounds like a lot of trouble to go through for someone else, even with the bats helping out. But Juliet apparently likes being inconvenienced. It's the same as letting me stay in her library. Don't give me that look, Ralph. Still, that sounds like it could be really helpful in my own search for the traveler. As Juliet leads us to our next destination, we leave the residential area and go back towards the city. I try to keep my eyes peeled for anything interesting. There are plenty of people sitting at tables and having a meal, or walking around the shops, but nothing out of the ordinary. In fact, it's not that much different from when I was here earlier. There are more fabled and fewer humans, but there are still plenty of those too. Some of the places I passed by are closed now, but some, like the music store, are still open. We come to the big building with a lot of posters on the walls outside. We stop. The music store reminds me, I was in Star's stream. They were playing Life is Strange True Colors, and for some reason, you know, I feel like if you work at a record store, that automatically makes you far more bangable than everybody else, you know what I mean?
one of our movie theaters. They show all the most popular films, as well as independent ones from local creators. Have you ever been to see a movie before?
Not in a place like this. I know what movies are, but I don't think I've ever watched one.
You should try it sometime. Maybe you'll find you like them. Movies can make you feel all kinds of different things. Happy, sad, scared, or just amused.
Or some people can be angry because they're like, no, the choreography in Star Wars Episode 8 is garbage. And I'm over here saying, I love the fucking Imperial Guard. Give me some Imperial Guard.
Some are good for making you think, and some are good because you don't have to think about anything and can just relax.
Amen.
Why would I want to watch something that makes me sad or scares me?
For some, it's fun to explore different emotions in a safe environment like that. When we see something that makes us feel strongly, it can stick with you. Perhaps cause you to view things in a different light. And if it ever becomes too much, you can simply stop watching or put on something else.
Yeah, although most of my favorite films are kind of weird films, to be honest. But at this point, it's not really too much other than nostalgia and amusement, usually. Like, I love The Lord of the Rings and Pirates of the Caribbean, but they're really just nostalgic to me. But then some of my other favorite, like, my more, like, obscure favorites aren't really, like, super emotional or anything, they're just strange and interesting. Like, I can tell you guys about this movie that I watched while in a class called Queer Cinema, and it's a Spanish like psychological horror movie, right? And I mean, it's not giving away too much to say. It's sort of about this doctor who's trying to, like a skin doctor, who's trying to rebuild his dead ex-wife, and from another person. And I don't know, I just find that movie interesting. A lot of movies I just like, if it's interesting and I don't expect what's gonna happen, that's enough for me. I haven't really watched too many movies that make me bawl, but I've played loads of video games that have made me cry. I don't know if you felt the same about that. I feel like the most emotional moments in media that I've had are pretty much all from video games, or maybe TV, but hardly ever movies, sometimes books. That's just me, I guess. But I guess I do play a lot of story-centric games like this. FF10 we were playing earlier, FF14, stuff like that.
I'll try it sometime. Although, I don't know about the sad or scary ones.
There's nothing wrong with that. Everyone has different preferences.
Yeah, movies are serious. I mean, it's hard. Like, I cried more at, like, I guess, Final Fantasy XIV, the last expansion, than I did for some of the series that I've watched. But I guess video games have a lot more time than TV shows or movies to set up, like, what they want to express to you. Oftentimes, you know, a game like this is 15 hours, right? Or more than 15 hours, maybe 20 hours, right? And that's like 60 episodes worth. That's like 5 seasons of a show. So think about that. Like, most shows don't make it past like a first or second season. So this game alone, which is a short game, has like 5 times the amount of build-up that something like Katawa Shujo? You mean something that's on my list very soon? By the way, Cyril recommended that one to me by, and we'll definitely be playing that on stream. Probably after the Highway Blossoms DLC. I mean, Life is Strange, I was crying through it the whole fuck. That's just who I am. Final Fantasy XIV, I cry all the time. This game, a lot. Yeah. Yeah, it's not on my schedule, but once we finish the Highway Blossoms DLC, that's what I'm going for next, hopefully. I don't really need to turn the explicit scenes off. Like, there's nothing telling me that I can't play the explicit scenes on stream. Like, I had the explicit scenes in Baldur's Gate on stream, but if those scenes turn out to be like a whole fucking hour of reading, then I'll turn them off. Because I don't want the whole stream to be dedicated to that, right? If it's kind of short, then it's fine. You don't want the whole section of stream to be dedicated to that. And besides, I have the best censor bar that anyone could ever have. It's a cat VTuber model. Along the way, Juliet continues to point out different shops and locations that she thinks I should know about, like another library or a museum. I'm not very interested in either of those things, but I smile and nod and pretend like I am. After a while, we leave the city behind and reach the waterfront, just like I usually do. Do you remember the sex scene with Minthara? I have a clip of that somewhere. The ocean looks much different at night, with the starlight and moonlight reflecting off the water. Far out at sea, there are a few lights that must come from boats, and sometimes lights in the sky from passing airships. We head down a small path to the boardwalk, where we look out into the water. There are a few empty buckets sitting on the ground nearby, as well as some folding chairs. I point them out.
What are those for?
People like to fish off at this pier. They come at all hours, but I believe this spot is used for teaching lessons during the day.
I too come at all hours.
Ooh, lessons on how to catch fish?
That's correct. Is that something you're interested in?
We're gonna be catching fish this playthrough,
Maybe.
because I'm gonna be trying to save the fishermen.
It's one of those things that I like doing as a fox, but I don't know if I like doing it the human way.
Should you decide you'd like to try, I'm sure there would be someone here who's happy to instruct you.
Yeah, maybe.
I don't want to commit to anything, but it couldn't hurt to come check out this place during the day. When my friend was here over the weekend, who was, like, I met them in WoW, and this was our first time meeting, his daughter was here, and his daughter was telling me, I caught a small fish this big, and then another one this big. And they were like so small. And like, I can only imagine. But sorry, that's the first thing that came to my mind here. Her hands were like very close together, and I'm like, wow, that's amazing. But also, it's like that would be like a 1-inch long fish. I don't know how she got it on a pole, or how she managed to, like, actually cast and all that, being a toddler, but, you know, more power to her. Maybe she has one of those, like, mechanical fishing rods that are like a little cannon thing that you just, like, pull the trigger and it shoots out. Have you seen those?
I'm glad you found something that struck your fancy. Is there anywhere else you'd like to visit while we're out? Or should...
Nah, I'm ready to head
Oops, sorry,
back.
Juliet.
Is there anything for dinner?
I'm sure we can put something together.
Then let's go.
Since I actually know where we are now, I lead the way home with Juliet close behind me. It's another chilly morning in Wellington. I'm outside the Bell House, waiting for Aspen.
People are gonna think I'm staking this place out. And for once, that isn't true.
I was very tempted to say the bell end. It's after breakfast, but before the sun's up. Aspen invited me for a free drink before they open, but I'm starting to think I've been duped.
Anytime now.
I rub my arms and bounce around to try to stay warm. Right as I'm thinking about picking the lock myself, the front door swings open and Aspen waves me inside.
So anyway, like I was saying, my uncle taught me this trick to make it taste better. You put a little bit of salt in the coffee and it brings out the flavor, right? Not too much. You don't want to make it salty, but just a little bit.
Where's Lana? Lena's here, talking about salt and coffee.
Sorry about that. I got a little held up.
I was thinking maybe you forgot about me after all.
No, you're not rid of me that easily. I was just...
I tried it and it's really good. Have you tried it? Remind me, I'll make you one. So then I was thinking, if I start doing that every time I make a drink, eventually people will start realizing that their coffee's better when I make it, but they won't know why.
Hello, Sela. Oh yeah, it is Sela. I forgot. Can't handle that much energy. I love Lena.
talking to Lena. That can always take longer than you expect or plan for.
Sela.
But she and I often look the other way for each other on certain things. Such as letting you in before the store opens, for instance.
Oh, am I not supposed to be here?
That's cool.
As long as we open on time, it's fine, and Lena and I are the two fastest. You kind of have to be when she's involved.
What do you mean?
I'm sure you'll see. Come on, what do you want today?
I inspect the menu. It's as unhelpful as ever.
Here's a paper copy, if that's easier to read.
She hands me a little printout menu. It also is distinctively lacking pictures.
Sorry, can't read it.
Yeah, the contrast between Lena and Sela. It's pretty massive.
Oh, do you need a Korean version? I'm afraid we don't have one.
Oh, nah. Can't read any languages.
I can't read either, don't worry about it, Miho. I may as well have told her that the sky is green. Aspen stares at me in clear disbelief. This isn't her usual weird look, this is beyond that. She laughs nervously.
You're joking, right?
I SMH my head. She collapses onto a stool behind her, fanning her face with the menu in her hand. Wait, I can do a sound effect of that.
Can't. So you haven't. Wow.
I don't know if you can hear it. I can tell she really wants to say more, but holds herself back.
I suppose that explains a lot. Still, I just can't imagine.
It takes a moment, but she regains her composure.
Anyway, if you want to try something new, then how about our ambrosia latte?
Don't hit me.
It's one of our seasonal beverages with apple and
Oh,
caramel.
fuck me, I need that right now.
Apples and coffee?
Sus, thank
I've
you.
never had that before.
Why am I sus? Wait a second, why am I sus? For fanning? Is this sus? What did I do?
Yes, well, we're experimenting with the recipe still.
Oh, thank you for the headphones.
I said that we should try adding more cinnamon to it.
I don't even know where Lena comes from. Suddenly she's just there.
Aspen said it would overwhelm the other flavors, but I add extra whenever I make one, and so far no one's complained.
I think if you're gonna have apple and caramel, you might as well have cinnamon in it, right? Cinnamon, it adds so much depth to those two flavors.
Lena, are you serious?
Well, yeah. How else are we gonna find out which one's better? I'll make one for your friend too, and she can tell us which one she likes more.
Lena?
The other girl hurries back into the kitchen, clearly not caring about what Aspen has to say. Aspen sighs and SMHs her head.
Right, well, I have to open the registers and put on the coffee. I'll have your drink in a couple minutes.
I better not be at like a family function or something and say SMH my head. I better not do that. I know I am. I need to stop myself from it.
Okay, thanks.
I hop up on one of the tall stools and wait, swinging my legs back and forth. Before long, the cafe fills with the smell of warm coffee and baking bread. It's enough to make my mouth water, even though it hasn't been long since I last ate. I've said IRL before, by accident, at a family meeting, or a family function. Aspen roams between the kitchen and the front area, always looking very busy. She checks and inspects what seems like every drawer and cabinet in the place while getting ready. Lena's busy too, mopping and setting up chairs. At some point she put earphones in, and her music is loud enough for me to hear it from across the building. Ever call them chat? No, but I've only been streaming for... What day is it? The July 9th? I've been streaming for 1 month and 28 days. So it's not ingrained in me yet to call everybody chat. After a while, Aspen returns to my table, along with a steaming paper cup.
Here you go. One ambrosia latte.
I'm sure it'll happen, you know. But again, I've barely been streaming 2 months. I started on May 11th. Yeah, I'm a baby streamer. And so, like, you were asking yesterday about social commands and stuff, and I'm like, fuck. I don't think I actually have those set up at all. That's how baby of a streamer I was. So, but actually, they should now be available. Let's just test real quick. Okay, thank you, Nightbot. Okay, Nightbot got me. So yeah, I did get that stuff fixed at least. However, Stream Elements has not been showing whenever I run like a scheduled ad though. So I'm gonna have to see about Stream Elements here at some point. Yeah, let me open it up real quick. Because I have a thank you for listening to, like, or not listening to, but like experiencing the advertisements. Like, thank you for sticking with me through all of this. I don't know why the chatbot isn't currently working. Is this work at this point? 8-ball. But what the hell? Now this is weird. I had my own 8-ball went off from me, which I don't know how that's set up, and then Stream Elements 8-ball went through. This is weird. I'm gonna have to. Does Vina like coffee? Well, I was drinking my coffee right there a second ago, so... This is weird. I'm gonna have to try to diagnose that later. I popped the lid off so I can take a peek at the drink itself. It smells light and fruity, and a swirl of caramel syrup is melting into the coffee and whipped cream. Both of those are true, Kimmy. But like, why am I getting 2 8-balls right now? I'm just gonna turn the one off from Stream Elements. Yeah, it answered twice for me. It answered in Stream Elements and it also answered from my account. Which is so weird.
Looks good. Hopefully it tastes good too.
I have a tiny little sip, since it's too hot to drink very fast. The tartness of the apple actually goes pretty well with the coffee flavor.
It's a little sour, but it's not bad. Not as good as a fairy kiss chiller, though.
Well, I can't complain about that.
Chair squeaks against the floor as Aspen sits down across from me.
So, have you decided how you're going to spend your day?
Not yet. What about you?
There's still another 7.5 hours left on my shift, so I'll be here for quite a while. After work, I try to have a social life or get some writing done. Although lately I usually just collapse on the bed and take a nap.
Hey, me too! Without a bed, though.
Yes, well, I'm sure frolicking through the flowers and chasing rabbits gets tiring.
I love her response.
Ooh, are there rabbits around here?
Miho Pog.
Not for long, I imagine. Speaking of which, have you thought about what I said yesterday? About getting a job? It seems you have more than enough time on your hands. You do know what a job is, right?
More or less. I mean, I've seen people at work before, but I've never had my own job before you ask.
I think quotes are enabled, but I don't think there's any quotes actually input yet. It would be add quote, I think. Whatever it is on Nightbot. I think it's because of, I guess Stream Elements also does that. I guess. Yeah, there's quote. But Nightbot also does. So I'll have to turn it off from one of those, I guess, and just have it on Nightbot or that. But no quotes have been added yet.
Yes, I'm aware. Anyway, you'd have money to buy things you want, and you wouldn't have to steal to get it.
Oh my gosh, are you kidding me? It must be a moderator to do this. Well, I'll have to dissect it later because I literally went into Stream Elements. I hit the button and I said, like, yes, add Stream Elements. And I checked off a couple of things and that's it. I'll have to diagnose it later. Oh, where's my custom command? Hmm. SMHing my head. Alerts. Is it in alerts? Might not be alerts. Oh well. I think something didn't save here, unfortunately, because I had a custom alert, or I had a custom thing set up. But it's okay. I'll diagnose it later. And try not to worry about it too much.
What do I need money for, though? Juliet lets me sleep at her house, and she even gives me food.
Yeah, just in case you didn't know how baby of a streamer I am. I don't even have my Nightbot and Stream Element set up correctly.
I don't mean to sound rude or anything, but Juliet can't take care of you forever, you know?
I know.
Right now I'm still getting used to even living here. I haven't given any thought to what might happen later. Well, oh my god. I haven't given any thought to what oh my god, please. What might happen later on? I need to take a drink of water.
What kind of job I could get?
White
Is there
might.
some place that would hire me to steal things?
Okay. Water sipped.
Not legally, no. But maybe you can find a way to use those skills. Maybe you could be a security guard somewhere, or a locksmith.
Maybe.
My tongue is completely twisted right now, man.
What exactly is your job, anyway?
Well, as you know, I'm a barista. That means I make coffee and tea and hot chocolate and whatever else our customers ask for. Some people rely on our products just to get through their day, so I consider it to be a very important job. If we were to close or go out of business, there would be a great many people who would be distraught over it.
Wow! And you're gonna do this for the rest of your life?
No, I'm good. No, I'm good. It's just my tongue is in a twist already, and I don't know why. But yeah, I did just re-enable chat alerts, so that should at least be working. Oh, thank you for the
Not for that
headphones.
long, I hope. It's not my passion by any means, but I don't mind it.
Maybe I sound more stressed out than I actually am about it.
It can be rather exhausting though, especially on busy days.
I'm just a little befuddled. I can't say she's selling me on this whole job idea.
What is your passion?
It's this.
Like she was waiting for me to ask. Aspen dramatically pulls out a small notebook and puts it on the table. It's the one that I see her writing in all the time. I lean forward to look at it closely. It's not very big, about the size of my hand, and it's mostly purple in color. There's an intricate gold pattern around the border. It definitely looks fancy. I could probably get a lot of money for this at the right store.
This is my writing notebook. One of them, at least. My passion is writing, bringing stories and characters to life, making people feel what I feel. There's nothing quite like it. So challenging, yet rewarding. It's both my favorite activity and also the most frustrating one. This notebook is full of story ideas, lines that I come up with, or other interesting details. One of the best parts of working here
Ralph, you have one of those.
I get to meet so
And
many
it's in DMs with
interesting and
me.
inspiring people.
Like, well, you have a place where you write your quotes in DMs with me.
For example, when you first came in, I wrote a brief note about you. I never imagined that just a few days later we'd be having this conversation.
Okay, I'll shush about it.
Trust me, I didn't either. What did you write about me?
For some reason, Aspen's face gets a little red.
I don't remember, just that I wrote something. It's in another notebook, not this one. My dream is that someday I'll be able to make a living from my writing. In fact, when I moved to Wellington a couple of years ago, that was supposed to be the first step. It's been taking longer than I'd like so far. Every morning when I wake up, I tell myself that I'm not going to sleep that night until I finish at least a chapter. But then by the time I'm done with work, all I want to do is pass out. Of course, that just puts me further and further behind. I've really only myself to blame, I suppose, but life doesn't make it easy for me.
Sighing, Aspen puts her notebook away once more while I sip my drink.
Saying it like that, I can't fault you for not wanting to get a job. I'm only here because I need some way to pay the bills. That's just the life of a starving artist for you.
Did someone say job? Are you getting a job here? Is this an interview?
The Sela really came out there. From out of nowhere, Lena appears with a cup in her hands.
No, Miho's just a friend. And were you eavesdropping on us?
It's not eavesdropping if you're in public. You should learn to talk quieter if you don't want people to hear you. Like me.
Tell me you're joking.
About what?
Before Aspen can even answer, Lena turns to face me instead.
Anyway, that's too bad. We could definitely use the help. Hey, why not apply here if you're looking for work? I bet Aspen would put in a good word for you, right? I could do it too. It'd kind of be lying, I guess, since I don't know you that well, but you seem like an alright person. I mean, if Aspen trusts you, you have to be okay, I think. I can go get you an application right now if you want. I printed out a whole stack of them yesterday. Actually, it's the second stack, because the first one jammed up the printer and...
Lena, I am begging you to please be normal.
What? Tell me why it's a bad idea. Do you not think... What's your name again?
Miho.
Do you not think Miho could do it?
No, it's not that. I'm sure she'd do great. It's just...
Wait, that sounds fun. Would I get to work with you?
Yeah, we'd work together. Oh, you meant Aspen, didn't you? Yeah, she'd be there too.
So nice, Lena. Slapping her hands on the desk, Aspen stands up from the table.
It's certainly an idea. Perhaps one we should discuss later. Lena, you and I should be getting to work, don't you think?
Okay, boss.
Please just go unlock the door.
Okay.
Smirking, Lena heads towards the front of the store.
Feel free to hang out.
You
for a
missed
little
her.
bit, like Miho. Although it's going to get busy soon, so I won't.
Oh, wait, I almost forgot. If you need something to do, come play tennis with me this afternoon.
Tennis?
Yeah, you know, you hit the ball back and forth over the net.
I know what it is. Is that your hobby?
For now, I like trying new things.
I'll think about it. I should try something new myself too.
I wasn't asking. Anyway, you said it yourself. You're totally coming. So, I'll see you there.
Okay.
I can't help but feel like I've been roped into something there. But it's true that I should at least give it a shot. Maybe I'll turn out to like it more than I expect.
Cool.
Cool. Lena starts to leave again, but then suddenly jumps back around to face me again.
Oh, right. There's one more thing.
How many more things does she have? I can practically feel Aspen's exasperation as Lena runs back to me and slams the cup she was carrying onto the table in front of me.
Try this. Tell me which one you like more. The one I made or the one Aspen made.
Okay.
With an unnecessarily loud sigh, Aspen goes and unlocks the front door herself. I'm over halfway done with Aspen's drink, but I take another gulp, paying attention to the mix of flavors. Then I do the same with Lena's. Lena watches eagerly, fist clench in excitement.
So, what you think? Come on, be honest.
I can't taste a single difference.
They're both good.
Sure, but which one's better?
Taking another sip of each, I try to detect anything that's different between them, but can't. Fortunately, Aspen saves me. She leans behind Lena like a phantom.
Lena, don't you think maybe you should go check the croissants?
She looks like she's about to fucking stab her.
Nah, I already looked at them earlier. A couple of them were kind of schoolish, but I tried to massage them back into shape. Don't worry,
I didn't actually cut her off there. I didn't press the button. For once, Lena's the cutoff. Lena's the one cut off as Aspen jerks on her apron strings as she flaps her wings to maintain her balance.
Why don't you go check on them again? Or maybe the muffins, if you haven't yet.
Fine, fine. We all know Miho just didn't want to hurt your feelings anyway.
Aspen releases her, and Lena walks off to the back of the cafe like an embarrassed cat, pretending it was her idea all along. After she disappears into the kitchen, Aspen sighs yet again.
I'm sorry about that.
It's fine. She seems nice.
That is certainly one way you could describe her. What I was trying to say earlier is that you can stay here if you want, but I won't be able to chat. Our first customers will be here any minute now.
That's okay. I'll probably go back to the library once I finish my drinks.
All right, I'll see you later then. And don't feel obligated to finish both if you don't want to.
I'm gonna try. Bye!
I would too. Like Lena, Aspen also retreats behind the counter and starts filling the display case with pastries. I wonder if any of them are the croissants Lena was talking about. Sure enough, it doesn't take long for the first customers to start to show up. I guess I got Baldur's Gate 3 in the mind. Aspen takes their orders with that fake nice voice that she used when we first met. I've already gotten more used to hearing her regular speaking voice instead. It's interesting to know that even normal humans like her still pretend to be other people sometimes. I wonder why she feels like she has to do that. So far, she's one of the nicest humans I ever met. After I finish up my first coffee, I toss the cup away but hold on to the second. I'll drink it later or something. Aspen waves as I leave the bell house and start making my way back to the library. I've had my fill of wandering around for at least a few days. If I'm going to be bored, I might as well do it while I'm comfy. Job or not, Aspen is definitely right about one thing. I really need to find something better to do with my time. Don't call me out like this. We don't have any choice here except to go to the park. After a few hours of sitting around the library, I'm bored enough to take Lena up on her offer to play tennis. The only problem is, I forgot to ask her where and when. Sometime in the afternoon, I go down to the Bell House where an employee tells me both Aspen and Lena have left for the day. They give me directions to a place called Hentai Park, which is where they say Lena mentioned before heading in. I follow their instructions and reach a big open area full of people on bikes, walking, or just sitting in the grass. I wander around looking for any sight of Lena or people playing tennis. Finally, I spot the courts and make my way over. Out of a dozen or so people who are playing, it isn't hard to find Lena when I get there.
Yeah! Nice serve!
She runs back and forth, leaning and diving to hit the little green ball before I can touch the ground. She flaps her wings to keep from falling over when she does. Her partner, a tall boy with antlers on his head, looks exhausted. When he swings his racket, it looks like his arm might fall off at any second. When I get close enough, Lena notices me and stops mid-dive.
Miho! You're late!
Now that she's distracted, her partner takes the opportunity to hurry away, collapsing into the grass to rest.
Sorry, I wasn't sure what time I should come by. Or where.
Oh, right. I guess I should have told you. In that case, good guess.
I don't bother telling her that I got help from one of her co-workers. Lena picks up a racket from nearby and offers it to me.
Ready to play?
I guess so. I don't really know the rules though.
Nah, it's fine. Me either. Just try to hit the ball, alright?
Okay, I can do that.
I take my spot on the other side of the net, trying to imitate the way other people are standing.
Alright, here goes.
Lena drops the ball and then knocks it towards me. I watch it carefully, and when it gets close enough, I swing. The ball goes soaring way over her head and falls into the grass out of sight somewhere.
Maybe a little less oomph next time. Let's try it again.
She serves the ball, and this time I just barely hit it over the net. Lena dives for it like before and sends it sailing back to me. The more we play, the easier it gets. Both of us miss the ball or knock it into the net a lot, but it's not too hard. Finally, even Lena gets tired, and we take a break to drink some water. Oh, good reminder.
Play tennis.
Thank you.
Like, today or in my life?
In your life.
Thank you for the hydrate. Now I'll take another sip of water. Thank you. Y'all are like drip feeding me like the little water thing in a hamster cage right now. She thinks about it a bit, scrunching up her nose.
About a week.
Oh, that's it?
Calling me silly.
Yeah, how about you?
About half an hour, I guess.
I'm always silly.
Oh, right. I forgot about that. See? We're both trying new things.
The whole time we're talking, Lena keeps glancing away from me to watch the other players. Whoops. I try to figure out what's so interesting, but I can't.
Okay, break's over. Let's play some more.
We get back to the court and play for a little bit longer, until the end of the hour. As everyone starts to pack up and leave, I follow Lena, and puts away our equipment.
So, what'd you think? Did you have fun?
It was alright. I wouldn't mind doing it again, but I don't know if I'd want to play all the time. I can see why some people enjoy it at least.
Being outside is nice, and it was a good way to burn off some energy.
That's good. They meet a few times a week if you want to come back.
Will you be here?
Not sure yet.
Even while cleaning up, she's still distracted by someone or something else. When the other players walk past us on their way out of the park, Lena turns her head to watch one of them.
Because we're planting trees here next time. Really exciting, right?
Really exciting, right? I like Cyrus, though. I catch a snippet of the conversation as the person Lena's watching, a dryad, goes by. Lena must hear too, because she instantly closes her eyes and puts her fingers against the sides of her head.
Planting trees. Planting trees.
She's charging up. She repeats the words to herself a few times, and her eyes snap back open.
Okay, got it.
Got what?
What I'm doing next time. I'll have to start studying up tonight so that I'm ready.
Okay, if you say so.
I'm pretty lost, but maybe this is just how Lena is.
You should come too, if you're not doing anything. I'll tell Aspen to give you the details.
Sure, sounds good.
I'm not sure if I want to commit, especially since Lena probably won't even remember me the next time we see each other. But playing tennis wasn't so bad, so I should at least keep my options open.
Good. Alright, see you then, Miho.
See ya.
Waving goodbye, Lena heads down one of the paths. I take a different one that leads me out of the park and back to the library for the rest of the day. With a tiny ding, the toast pops up and I load it onto the plate with the other slices. I bring the dish over to the table.
Thank you, Miho. Go ahead and put it by the butter.
Oops, sorry. Let me get my bag out of your way.
Once the table is set, the three of us sit. I've gotten more used to the routine of breakfast and know when to do things like pass the salt and pepper without being asked. Every morning so far we have the same thing, eggs and toast, but it's a lot tastier than convenience store food, and there are different spreads and fruits to change things up. And they were all roommates. Like usual, I'm the first one to finish eating, followed by Aspen, who stretches with a content sigh.
Breakfast was as superb as always. Thank you, Juliet.
It's my pleasure.
The two of them saying this is part of the routine too. Usually Aspen would be getting up but right now to leave for work, except this time she doesn't.
Don't you need to go, Aspen?
Is this your way of trying to get rid of me?
She peers at me from over the rim of her cup as she sips her coffee.
Nah, I haven't thought about that. I was just wondering.
I'm not sure if I should be flattered. Anyway, I'm working a mid-shift today, so I don't have to go in until noon.
Will you be writing then?
Yes, I ought to. I'm about halfway through this draft, and I'm trying to finish it by the end of this month, so every minute helps.
God, you've got to write like 5,000 words a day if you want to get through that in a month. You know? That's a lot of words per day.
Oh my, halfway already. That's excellent progress. I look forward to reading it when you're finished.
Don't give me too much credit, I still have to get there first, and you know how that's gone before.
All you can do is keep trying.
What are you writing?
A book. I've been working on it for a couple of years now, as long as I've been in Wellington.
Whoa. You're only halfway done?
Are they roommates?
How
No.
long is it gonna be?
I don't entirely know the backstory with Aspen coming here to see Juliet every day, but I know that like Aspen opens up at the library for her, and that's about it. I know that they're friends. I don't exactly know the backstory of that yet, and I might get some backstory from this playthrough here, being with Juliet. But Miho is currently living with Juliet, right? So, they're not in the same room. When you started writing, you tried to write 2,000 to 3,000 a week. Well, yeah, if you're editing it, then yeah, it's quite hard to put out that many words, because editing takes sometimes even longer than actually writing it. But if you're writing and not editing and saving the editing for later, you can put out quite a lot. If you like know that it's just going to be a rough draft, just slap it on the page. You can get through quite a lot per day.
Only halfway? I wish it was as easy as you think it is. It takes time to plan the story and prepare to write, and then, even after the drafting is done, you still have to edit it and fix it.
Yeah, the planning... For me, the planning isn't massive, because I kind of like to see where the writing takes itself, and then I'll start to sort of form an idea. But editing takes a long time, man.
Of course, the more you write, the better you become.
And
at it.
ideally you'd have other people read it for you if you're gonna edit. So that can take even longer.
And so sometimes you notice flaws in your story that you didn't catch before. So you have to go back or start over.
How do you ever get anything done then if you're always getting better? Don't you just have to finish it eventually?
Well, like I said, it's not that simple.
Aspen
Anyway,
clears her throat.
It's difficult to explain to someone who's never written anything. Believe me, any writer would tell you the same thing.
I glance over at Juliet, who's intently watching her tea as she stirs it.
And you? Did you end up finding something to fill your time?
Oh, like a hobby. Maybe. I don't know yet.
Well, don't worry about it too much. It's supposed to be fun, not something you have to force yourself to do. Although I'm hardly one to talk, there are times where I want to do anything except write.
It's okay. At least you have something. Juliet told me about movies, so I might try watching one of those. Have you ever seen a movie?
Once or twice, I'm sure.
Actually, Miho, there was something I wanted to ask you.
It's funny to me how elitist Aspen is about movies, because watching movies can actually be a good way to think of stuff for writing, right? Like thinking about camera angles and scenes and like, well, camera work in general. When I'm writing, sometimes I like to think about the camera work of it and how I can play that into it. Certainly when I'm playing D&D, I'll say, like, you know, the camera pans to this kind of thing sometimes, because it's nice. It can help to like think of it that way, and like the user's perspective or the reader's perspective, right? What they're looking at, what we want to be in the frame, essentially, when we're thinking about a scene. Like close frames, like looking at like a wound on somebody's body, for example, or a specific body part, or far frames, like trying to describe an entire vista, right? It can be useful to think of it like that. So I think it can help to watch movies, even if you're not writing a movie. But then again, it can help to engage in any medium, no matter what you're writing, you know?
What's that?
Well, how would you feel about helping out around the library as a part-time job? I'll pay you for your time, of course. It would give you something to do during the day, and it would be a great help to me.
Really? But I thought you didn't need any help running the library.
It's true that I don't need it. The honor system has served me well for the day-to-day services, and I'm kept informed of any troublemakers. But in addition to the kind assistance from Aspen in the mornings, I also have to reshelf books, maintain the check-in and check-out logs, and more. I don't mind those tasks at all. In fact, I find them rather relaxing. But without them, I'd be able to devote more time to other pursuits. If you're uninterested, you're more than welcome to decline. You needn't worry about being kicked out or disappointing me. I'm perfectly content either way.
Helping around here doesn't sound bad at all. It doesn't sound very exciting either, but it's not like I've found anything else I'd rather do instead. At least it's comfy in the library and super convenient. Having some money again would be nice too. It would be even better that there's no one trying to take it back.
Alright, I'll do it.
Juliet looks a little taken aback.
That was fast. Are you quite sure?
Yeah, I'll try it at least.
Of course. If you find it's not for you, then I won't be upset. Why don't you take the rest of the week for yourself? And you can begin on Monday.
Okay, that sounds good to me.
Excellent. I'll be looking forward to it then.
The two of them chat a little bit longer before Aspen leaves to go write and Juliet goes to bed. I stay mostly quiet, thinking to myself. A job. That's something I've never envisioned having. I figured I'd just keep stealing until what exactly? I'm not too sure. Until I find my person, I guess. That goal has been all I've focused on for my entire life. But now, spending time here in Wellington is actually making me plan things out in advance. When I stop to think about the future, it's a lot of emptiness and mystery. It makes me realize just how little I have to fall back on. That's why doing all these normal things like getting a job could be good for me. I don't even know what might be useful someday. As for my person, I'm still always thinking about them and how I can find them. That part hasn't changed. For now, I'll just go with the flow and see where it takes me. Let's see. Okay, so we're going down to the waterfront. Cause we gotta start the quest with this guy. That we didn't do last time because we chose Tommy instead. While trying to think of something to do, I suddenly remember the fishing lessons that Juliet told me about. New content ahead. I'm already pretty good at fishing as a fox, but it does have its downsides. Like having to get all wet and ending up with scales in my teeth. Yeah, just like going down on a mermaid. I know some people go fishing for fun, so maybe I'd like it too. At the very least, it could be useful to know someday. Besides, it's not like I've got anything better to do. Down at the waterfront, there's a big crowd like always. The merchant booths that Juliet pointed out to me have long lines and clusters of people in front of them. Right along the water, there are fishermen selling all kinds of fish. The smell, mixed with the salty sea air, is making me hungry. I wander over to the spot that Juliet pointed out to me. Today, there's half a dozen people with fishing rods in their hands, lines out in the water. They're all spaced apart, and behind them is a man who's giving instructions.
Hold on. Don't I know him?
I look closer. Sure enough, it's a man I met on a mountain not too long ago who taught me what a kiwi is. He paces between the people fishing, adjusting their posture and giving them advice. There's another person helping him out, a younger guy who's untangling lines and preparing supplies. One of the fishermen waves at the instructor for help.
Hey, Mr. Kim, can you give me a hand?
Can you give me a hand?
Coming?
Mr. Kim practically skips over. It shows the person how to send out their
I
line.
need some help too. Well, which bait should I use?
That depends on the fish. Let's take a look.
He bounces around between the group before he spots me and gives me a big hearty wave.
Hello there, miss. Here for a bit of fishing?
I was thinking about it.
She's wearing awfully nice clothes to go fishing, you know.
You've certainly come to the right place. First time fishing?
With a rod, at least. I usually do it with my teeth.
Oh, I can't say I've ever tried that myself, but if you'd like to learn how to do things our way, I'd be glad to show you.
Or, you know, if you play RuneScape, you do it with your fucking hand. You put your hand in the water and grab a shark.
Sure, why not? I came all this way.
That's the spirit. Here, why don't you go ahead and stand here?
Actually, use a harpoon, but at like level 96, you can barehand sharks. But you can barehand me at level 1. I take a spot on the pier and face the water. Mr. Kim goes through on how to hold the rod, how to put bait on the hook, and finally, how to cast. Once he's done explaining, he steps back to give me some space.
Alright, now let's see what you've got.
Trying so hard to keep a straight face right now. Alright, let's see what you've got. Oh wait, he just said that.
Right. So I stand like this and put my hand here.
I do my best to copy everything he showed me, and then with a flick of my wrists, I cast out my line to the sea. There we go! Thank you, Stream Elements! Also called out SMH in my head.
Perfect! Nice job. Oh, I forgot to ask for your name.
Miho.
Nice job, mijo. Keep it up and you'll be a master angler in no time.
Lana, are you here because I said something nasty and got called out for it? Yeah, I know. The thing is definitely set up now to call out the ads, which is perfect. Okay, welcome back, Kimmy. Thankfully, Stream Elements has a little announcement thing now in the chat for the ads, so that is working out perfectly, and that's the thing I wanted the most, was to be able to thank people for staying for the ads. You're getting food, what did you say? Something to the effect of, in RuneScape you can barehand sharks at level 96, but you can barehand me at level 1.
How long does it take to catch one?
Well, now that depends on the fish. It could be minutes, or it could be hours. I've been after the same fish for years.
Oh god, we're gonna be going after the legendary fish.
Whoa! Don't you ever go home?
He laughs. I'm reminded of the first time we met up on the mountain.
I certainly do. But I always come back. Patience is the most important virtue, other than maybe a bit of luck.
Clip the first one, because I had a tongue click at the end of that. Mr. Kim goes to check on the others while I stand there, waiting. It doesn't seem like anyone else is getting a bite, so at least it's not just me. Suddenly, one of the fishers yells with excitement.
I got one! I got one!
They frantically start to reel in the other fish. Is the horny still on my chest? No, okay. They frantically start to reel in their catch. All of us gather around to watch.
Steady, steady.
They plant their feet firmly, reeling with all their strength, but it's clear that the fish is fighting back. I want something else in my chest. Like a pearl necklace, just like Miho, to be honest. Look how pretty it is.
Can you help?
Of course.
Mr. Kim also grabs a rod, and together the two of them manage to land their catch. I love this person's glasses. I wanna see a story about them. Hey, there's like an orc in the background too. Oh my god, that sound effect. Everyone, including myself, gasps as the fish breaks through the surface, its red scales shining in the sunlight. Mr. Kim lets go so the fish can admire their prize.
Wow! And isn't she beautiful? Congratulations.
My stomach rumbles from watching. Unfortunately, after a few more minutes of waiting for my own fish, I still don't get any bites. Finally, it's time to pack up and head home. Mr. Kim catches me before I can leave the pier.
So, what'd you think, Miho? Does it beat the ways you've gone fishing before?
It was okay. I didn't catch anything in the end. But it was cool to watch you and that other person get one.
It's like that sometimes. You just have to keep trying. I hope we'll see you around again sometime.
Mr. Kim really be like that sometimes.
Yeah, maybe. Thanks for showing me all that stuff.
In the end, it was a lot of just standing around. What he said about needing patience makes sense, but if I'm looking for something fun to do, then I'm not sure if this was exciting enough. Too bad, Miho, I'm gonna send you back here. But it was kind of relaxing, and I do think it would be useful to learn. Either way, I'm glad I came and checked this place out. Now to go see if Juliet keeps any seafood in the fridge at the library. Let's have some shrimp fried rice. So that Miho can say, I can't believe a shrimp fried these rice. These rice? Can't talk today. Once we finish eating breakfast, Juliet drums her fingers on the table, looking thoughtful.
Miho, it occurred to me that perhaps I should give you the proper tour of the library now.
SMH in your head like I know.
That way, you have the weekend to get better acquainted with it if you need.
Tour? I think I've seen everything, right?
Pardon. I meant of the books themselves. Where to find each genre and what they are.
Oh, right. Sure.
I hadn't really thought about the books. To me, they're all the same, but I guess that wouldn't be true for everyone else. Right now, I have the place memorized in the same way you'd memorize a battlefield. The place they're out of sight, and how to get in and out, and everything else that might be useful. I don't think there are many battles that would happen in here, so Juliet's tour would probably be more helpful.
If you'd like, I can show you a couple of my favorite books. That way, if anyone asks for a recommendation, you could at least make something up.
That'd be great.
Anything that makes it easier for me to make things up is fine by me. The three of us head to the entrance.
Let's start with the basics, shall we? As you know, this is the reference desk. It's where books are checked in and out, and where anyone who needs help can find it.
She really do be.
What kind of help do people ask for?
Usually, they need assistance finding a specific book. Or perhaps they need a recommendation for what to read next, as Aspen mentioned.
Hope they like the same books as her then.
Don't worry, I'll think of some that are more popular. Not my real
Popular.
favorites, which most people would be too bored to finish.
Juliet leads us into actual rows of shelves. I stare down at the books as I pass by, committing as many details to memory as I can. Even if I can't read the words, I can try to remember the colors and shapes and covers.
Over here is the children's section. It's got lots of picture books and beginner reader books. The shelves are shorter too, so that children can reach them more easily.
Oh, I've seen some of those around. Are adults allowed to read them too?
Of course. Parents read to their kids quite often.
Some people read them for fun, too. You gain so much more appreciation for the illustrations once you're older.
We head over to another area.
This is the non-fiction section. It's for books about things that are true, rather than made-up stories.
I rarely visit this section, personally.
Personally. In that shaded corner near Aspen's favorite table, Juliet taps a small sign hanging on one of the shelves.
This is the mystery section. Stories about detectives, murders, and other such subjects live here.
I do admire mystery writers. It's difficult to come up with a compelling one.
We go around the whole library like this, with Juliet and Aspen pointing out all the other sections. Finally, we come to stop back at the desk where we started.
I do believe that's everything. Do you feel like you have a good understanding now?
It's hard to keep them all straight. Fantasy, history, cookbooks, biography. I think I've got most of it though.
By the end, my head feels like it's spinning, and I know that I won't be able to remember everything, as hard as I try. But I do feel like I've gotten a better feeling for the place. At the very least, I could show someone where to find the restrooms.
It is a lot to take in. Don't worry if you can't memorize it all right away. There's plenty of time to learn.
I'd hope after living here for 3 days you know where the restrooms are.
Even I forget where things are sometimes, and I've spent more time here than at my own apartment.
Thanks!
They were
It
roommates.
might take me a while, but I'll get it eventually.
I know you will. I have the utmost confidence in you.
If I'm going to do this, I may as well try my best. Maybe something good will come of it, and if not, I can always just leave.
Want me to show you the books I was thinking of now?
Sure.
Show me your Wuthering
I'll be off to bed
Heights.
myself then.
Your gotcha game.
Have a lovely day, you two.
Sleep well.
Night.
Ears. Juliet heads upstairs while Aspen and I go back to the shelves.
To start with,
She leads the way to the fiction section, which is easy to remember since it's the biggest. Aspen runs a finger across the books as we move down the aisle. I see her scanning the titles before she stops and taps on the spine of one.
here we are, Wuthering Heights. I just returned this one recently after finishing my annual reread.
And she spent $1,000 wailing on it.
It's a very tragic love story. The main character is rather terrible, I must confess, and there's an awful lot of death.
Wait, MiHoYo. It has Miho in the name. Wuthering Waves. Please be happy, they're all connected.
But despite all that, it's beautiful.
That description definitely isn't what I was expecting.
People really like to read that stuff?
Sometimes, yes, you read to experience all kinds of different feelings.
Mhm.
Besides, I think there's a kind of sad beauty to doomed romances like that.
Don't say that,
It
Aspen.
really does put life in perspective.
If you say so.
You don't have to take my word for it. I'm sure you'll see for yourself once you start working here. In the meantime,
Say nothing about a doomed romance. I follow Aspen to the other side of the room, where there are a couple of smaller racks of books near the corner.
do you enjoy poetry?
You mean like races and stuff? Guess they're okay.
That's pottery. Poetry is
She clears her throat.
prose. Words in their best order. Poetry, the best words in the best order. Samuel Coleridge said that. He was a poet, but he's not the one I have in mind. I'll show you what he meant.
The book she selects looks old, very old. It has a green cover that's rough like a lizard's skin, with the letters being faded gold.
Alfred Lord Tennyson Aspen is one of the most famous poets to have existed. I simply adore his work. Here, this is from The Lady of Shalott.
I like shallots. She clears her throat again, even though it's only been a few seconds since the last time.
Willows whiten, aspens shiver. The sunbeam showers break and quiver. In the stream that runneth ever, by the island in the river, flowing down to Camelot.
I barely heard past the first line.
Aspens! Like your name! Does it come from this poem?
If only. Aspens are a type of tree. Mum loves them. More than she likes poetry, for sure. I do wish I'd been named after it, though.
She reads me the rest of it, which ends up being pretty long. It's kind of hard to follow, but imagining the fields and towers that she talks about is nice. In fact, I'm pretty sure I've been to Camelot before. Some of the details in the poem aren't quite right. Anyway, even if I don't really understand the poem, it's nice to listen to Aspen reading it. Plus, there's no way I'll forget what the book looks like.
Alright, last one. I thought 3 would be enough to start, but you can always ask me for more recommendations if you need. I could suggest books until lunch, if I didn't stop myself.
I might someday. Even though I lived in the library for a few days now, I never really knew how many different books there were out there before.
Oh, believe me, this library isn't even a fraction of what exists. It's not that big for a library, in fact. Just huge for a personal collection, which is really what it is.
How many books have you read?
I couldn't even guess. Definitely hundreds. Maybe thousands?
She has me beat.
I've never tried counting, but perhaps I should now that you mention it.
I've probably only read a couple hundred.
It would be nice to look back on someday. Okay, here we are.
The book she takes me to is laid out on a flat on an end table where more people can see it, rather than on the shelf.
Everyone knows the story of Peter Pan, the boy who never grows up and can fly.
Everyone except me!
Now you do too. Peter has a darling fairy friend named Tinkerbell, and he fights the dastardly pirate Captain Hook. Peter leads a group of boys called the Lost Boys, and they cause all sorts of trouble for Neverland, where they all live.
What do you mean he never grows up?
In Neverland, you never get older. So he stays a young boy for his whole life. Even
Spoiler
when
alert.
The girl he loves, Wendy, grows up and gets married, and someday dies.
You sure do like sad stories, huh?
I suppose I do. It's as Peter Pan himself says. To die would be an awfully big adventure. Still, it's not like I only like sad things. Romance is my favorite genre, and not just the tragic kind.
Tell me more. I sit down on the chair, and since it seems like Aspen wants to have a conversation, may as well get comfy. Aspen sits down too, fidgeting with her strap.
Why is it your favorite?
Why? Well,
Her hands stop moving while she thinks.
in a book, things can be much more perfect than in real life. A moonlit balcony all alone, or a sunset kiss on the seashore. Real life is considerably messier. I've never been in love before, although I think it sounds quite nice. As I said earlier, people read to feel things.
I better. Well, we already had the sun. What was it? The sunlit sunset kiss, but it wasn't on the seashore. The moonlit balcony. We need to have that this game, though.
So until that time, living vicariously through other stories is enough. What about you?
What about me?
Do you ever hope to fall in love? I assume you haven't been in love before, but maybe I'm wrong.
Nah, I haven't. I like being on my own.
Do you think maybe that would change if you met the right person?
Don't you start blushing, Aspen. We're not going for you this playthrough.
I don't know. Maybe. I haven't thought about it much. Since everyone forgets me, there's never been a reason for me to care.
I suppose that's reasonable. Still, that must be... Well, it doesn't matter. Do you ever watch movies? Or TV. Just about everything has a love story in it nowadays, not just books.
Nah, not in a long time.
How long?
She sure asks a lot of questions, and I jump around topics so much too. I don't really mind, but I have to try hard to even remember the answers. All the places I've been and days I've spent are mostly blurred together in my head.
I'm not sure.
We already
Few
did an
years?
Aspen playthrough.
There was a really big crowd around a window, so I wanted to see what they were all looking at.
And you can always go back to the VODs if you want to get the Aspen playthrough.
And? What was it?
I don't know what it was. I didn't speak the language there yet, and I didn't memorize the sounds.
The Aspen playthrough is really good.
But on TV, there were these people in white suits bouncing around, and the people watching seemed really excited by it.
Aspen gasps.
Did the people on TV...
Aspen
Do you
gaspins.
remember by chance if the place they were hopping around looked like a desert, all rocky and empty?
Now that you mention it, yeah. How did you know?
I think I know how to get the other ending with Aspen. I don't know how different it would be though. She dashes a hand to her forehead in disbelief.
That was the moon landing!
No, I'm pretty sure I'd remember if the moon landed.
Not like that, silly. It was when humans went to the moon for the first time.
Wait, they did?
Yes, and you saw it happen, apparently.
I love Miho.
They must have had help from the Fabled's magic, right?
No, not this time. It was pure human ingenuity.
Wow.
Whoa.
You look surprised.
I am. I didn't know humans could do something like that.
Well, not just any human. It took a lot of work from a lot of people. It still does to this day. I can't believe you got to watch it live, though. What was it like?
Had a really good lunch that day. Everyone was so distracted that I was able to sneak into a restaurant that usually would have caught me.
She estimates her hat.
That's all you can remember.
It was some kind of pasta dish with a white sauce and lots of cheese.
I'd be pretty excited about the pasta dish too.
I meant about... Oh, never mind.
If it wasn't a language she understood, maybe she was in Italy. And that was like some like legitimate good shit. Like Ciao Ciao e Pepe or something.
Anyway, I was just going to suggest asking Juliet about putting a TV in your room. Surely there's one in this place somewhere. It would give you... And you don't
sorry,
have to
Aspen.
be able to read to enjoy the story of a good show or movie.
Yeah, I might. I definitely need something to do other than walk around town all day.
Let me know if you do. I'll bring over some movies for you to borrow. If I can't recommend books to you, at least I can do that.
Wait, she said she's only watched 1 or 2 movies, but she's saying that she can give her movies. I think somewhere in there she was being elitist and telling a little lie.
Will do. I don't know where else I'd start anyway.
After checking her phone, Aspen stands back up.
I'll be more than happy whenever you ask. For now, not to be rude, but I'm going to go write for a little while. I'm working on the last couple chapters of this book before I'm finished, and I want to be done with it as fast as I can.
Oh sure. Good luck.
To tell the truth, I'm always a bit relieved when somebody else ends the conversation for me. I never know how to do it myself. That's a real feel. I wave goodbye as Aspen goes off to the table by the window, pen in hand. Sorry. Within moments, she's hunched over her notebook writing. Might as well go to Lena, because we don't have anything else to do. Since I don't have anything better to do. Yeah. Since I don't have anything better to do, I decided to head back to the park to see Lena. Did I write this? Aspen told me where and when I could find her, although we both know that Lena won't have any idea who I am. Making sure that I see Aspen and Juliet every day is hard enough as is. Although I like Lena, I don't think I could put in the effort to remember her, have her remember me too. Maybe if she started coming by the library in the mornings like Aspen does, although I'm pretty sure that's the last thing Aspen would ever want to happen. I go back to the park where we played tennis and wander around searching for Lena. It takes a bit longer since I'm not looking for something as obvious as the tennis court, but I thought you finally find her in a group of people near some trees. All of them, including her, have shovels in their hands and are working on digging holes. Finally, something I'm good at. Although, compared to tennis, it looks more like a punishment than a hobby. I walk over to Lena, who's barely made a dent in the ground. She waves when she sees me, but not in a familiar way.
Hi there! Here to volunteer?
Maybe? Volunteer for what?
To save the planet, duh! What does it look like we're doing?
Digging in the dirt?
Exactly! We're planting new trees to, help beautify the city of Wellington by promoting natural resources. I think.
She says the second part like she's reading off some label or sign.
If you want to help out, go talk to Cyrus. He'll get you all set up.
Lena points over at someone that I sort of recognize, the Dryad that Lena was watching when we played tennis. Since I'm here, I might as well give it a shot, so I follow her instructions and walk over.
Hi there. I'm here to help out.
Welcome aboard. I'm Cyrus. Here's a sapling and a shovel.
Cyrus holds out a shovel in one hand and a small bucket with a tree in the other. I take them, doing my best not to drop the sapling.
Okay. I'm Miho. What do we do now?
First you dig, then you plant. Then you do that over and over until you get bored and go home.
That sounds easy enough.
Everyone says that at first. Good luck.
He starts to walk away, but then pauses.
Hey, quick question. Are you friends with that girl over there? The one with the wings?
Lena? Sort of.
Can you let me know if she... Actually, never mind. Forget it.
Coward.
Let me know if you need any help.
This time, he really does leave, walking around to check the progress everyone is making. Now that I'm all set up, I take things he gave me and go back to where Lena is.
Good to go? Since you're new too, let's have a race. We can see who plants more trees by the end.
Before I can respond or even think about it, Lena starts furiously hacking at the ground. Dirt flies like when I was building my den. I watch her for a second, then start on my own. I don't really want to compete with Lena, so I go at my own pace. It's a little awkward. I could do this in seconds as a fox, but using a shovel feels strange and inefficient. Muscles I didn't even know I have start to feel sore. Only a few minutes later and Lena sprawls on the ground in exhaustion. She's only halfway done at best.
I didn't think it'd be so hard to dig a hole.
She's a great voice actor. While she's lying there, Cyrus comes around on one of his inspections. He stops and examines both her handiwork.
Nice job, Miho. You're a natural. Lena? Good effort.
Lena leaps to her feet, using her wings to propel herself into a standing position.
I wasn't taking a break. I was, testing the ground to see if it might be softer over here. Look, this one will be even better.
Damn, I love Lena. Before her eyes, Lena starts to attack the ground again, even faster than when she started racing me. Dirt sails over her heads as she tosses it away from herself, with some of it falling onto Cyrus's head. He looks strangely resigned.
Just don't hurt yourself, okay? I don't want to have to carry someone to the hospital again.
Carrie?
She heard the princess carry.
I mean, again?
Lena asks questions without stopping her work.
It's a long story. Anyway, just be careful.
As he begins to leave, Cyrus puts a hand on my shoulder. I tense up, but manage to not shake it off.
Keep an eye on her, would you?
I nod, and Cyrus walks away. As soon as he is out of earshot, Lena comes to a halt.
Miho, right? I need you to break my arm.
You... what?
Miho Pog.
Maybe that's a bit much. Maybe just a finger would be enough.
Why would you want to do that?
Oh, you're right! A broken leg would make more sense.
I'm not entirely sure we're having the same conversation. I decided to try a different approach.
So, are you and Cyrus friends or something?
Friends? Kind of. Unfortunately.
You don't want to be friends?
I want to be more than that!
More than that. The first time ever, Lena looks around before speaking, like she's worried someone might have heard her.
Like, best friends?
More than that! Like boyfriend and girlfriend.
Oh.
Oh. That explains why I didn't understand.
How's that going?
She sighs and her wings droop.
Well, you just saw pretty much.
Yeah, I always have people break my legs so I can date other people.
I know Cyrus from ballet, but I quit ballet, so I only get to see him at other stuff like this. But he's always trying something new every week, so I do too.
It's for the Princess Carrie Lana, of course.
But it's kind of hard to talk to him, especially when he's so busy. When I heard he was gonna come plant trees, I had no idea he'd be in charge. So I can't let him think I'm a slacker or bad at tennis. Not when he already thinks I'm a quitter.
I think I get it.
You don't believe me there, do you? The one thing I know for sure is that it sounds complicated. Good luck, Lena. The two of us go back to shoveling dirt, and eventually we go deep enough that we can plant the sapling Cyrus gave us. I carefully set mine in the ground and cover it back up with the same way I've seen other people doing. You can answer that question on your own. I know that you know the answer to that question. When it's time to wrap up, Cyrus makes one last trip around, collecting shovels and handing out water bottles. Oh, gotta take a drink. When he reaches us, he nods approvingly.
Good work, both of you.
Thanks.
I gulp down the water he gives me in just a few swigs.
Yeah, thanks.
On the other hand, Lena still seems a little dejected. She doesn't even try to talk to Cyrus before he leaves. When the two of us part ways, she just gives me a half-hearted wave.
See you later.
Yeah, bye.
Not even sure what she'll be doing next time, much less when or where. Maybe Aspen will tell me about it again. Digging holes wasn't exactly something I'd want to do a second time, but planting a tree was satisfying. I'm kind of curious to see how things will go with Lena and Cyrus, if they go at all. Lena's kind of a lot. I thought that said kind of a slut. Lena's kind of a lot, as Aspen says, but she's nice. I hope everything works out for her at least. Looking around, I notice that I'm the only one left, so I toss my empty water bottle in my cycling bin and start making my way back. No, that's you, yeah. Alright, we can go see Mr. Kim again. Easiest decision of my life. I decided to give fishing another try. Last time wasn't very successful, but maybe I'll have more luck today. When I get to the fishing spot, I see a few familiar faces. Mr. Kim is there, of course, dancing around between the students. This time he notices me right away.
Hello, miss. Is that a new face I spy?
Yep, I wanted to do some fishing today.
That's the kind of attitude I like to see. Let's get you started.
I'm gonna get a drink of water here for just a second, because I just saw the ad start, so I might as well sip down some water. Alright. Don't worry, I know when the ads are happening. I take a spot on the pier while he brings the same equipment as last time.
Alright, let's start with the basics. Do you know how to set up your line?
So, I'll just say that I can't stop the ads. That's not really up to me. It's a Twitch-based thing. The only thing, If I run these ads like automatically every half hour or so, then that prevents you guys from having pre-roll ads. So it's a lot better that I do this than have ads every time someone comes into stream, right? Because that just incentivizes you not to want to stay for the stream. It's not something I can stop running. So the best I can do is just have a thank you there for people that are experiencing the ads. Let's start, yeah, okay, start with basics.
I think so.
I'm based for that. I mean, most people that I know have a thank you for their ads as well. It's not that I'm anything special, but some people aren't aware about the pre-roll ad thing, and so it's a good idea. It's a good idea to not have pre-roll ads running, because the second that somebody enters your stream, they're gonna get a pre-roll ad, they're gonna leave. Because it's like, it's not worth the 90 seconds. But yeah, Twitch does make it so like you have to run like 3 minutes of ads-ish per hour. And that's like not negotiable from them, so... It didn't seem that difficult last time, but when I tried to recreate what I did before, I ended up getting a little confused.
Okay, so put the worm on the string. Oh, wait, no, the hook. The hook goes on the string, and then...
The worst would be if you're like raiding somebody and that person runs pre-roll ads, and so all the raiders get in, but they can't actually watch the stream, you know?
Oh, I messed it up.
The string has gotten all tangled on itself. No self-respecting fish is going to be interested in that.
Not to worry.
Okay, I dig Mr. Kim. He laughs at his own joke as he comes over and quickly undoes the knot.
Okay, let's try again.
It takes some time, but eventually I'm ready. Fortunately, I remember this next part better. I stand like he showed me, hold the rod like he showed me, and let the line fly. I watch it excitedly as it sails overhead and splashes into the water.
Excellent job. Why, if I didn't know any better, I think I taught you myself.
You did. I just smile in response. With my problem solved, Mr. Kim goes off to assist someone else, while I turn my attention back to the sea.
Here, fishy fishy.
No, I'm ready. No fish will be getting away from me today. The instant I feel a tug, I'll be reeling it in, just like the other person when I came here before. I just gotta wait. And wait. And wait.
Nothing's biting.
It happens.
Mr. Kim pops up, seeming at me out of nowhere.
Just give the fish some time. You'd be shy too if someone started offering you a meal out of nowhere.
Ain't that the fucking truth? That happened earlier in the playthrough. Well, he's got me there. I nod and keep waiting, but I can feel the boredom sinking in. I was willing to give fishing a second chance. But if it's just gonna be like this every time, then I probably won't be coming back. Suddenly, I feel the fishing pole jerk in my hands. It takes me by surprise and I almost let go, but manage to hold on tight.
Oh, I think something's biting.
Reel it in! You can do it!
Right, reel it in. To do that, my head is spinning as I try to remember what to do. Meanwhile, the reel is spinning as my fish tries to get away. It smacks my hand, jolting my memory.
Oh, yeah.
Oh yeah. I grab it and start turning it the other way, pulling the rod towards myself as I do. I can feel the fish, still out of sight, struggling against me.
Not today.
All the time I spent waiting has made me extra determined. I plant my feet firmly and keep reeling. Gradually, the line gets tighter and tighter until finally the fish breaks through the water, dangling on the other end.
I did it!
You did it!
I bring the fish in so I can see it more closely. It's not as big as a fish I watched get caught last time, but it's not tiny either. Just down the pier, someone else is reeling in a catch too.
So, what are you gonna do with it?
Huh? What do you mean?
Eat that bastard. Maybe he's asking how I plan to cook it.
Will you be keeping it or letting it go?
Let it go? I just worked hard to catch it.
Mr. Kim laughs. Behind him, the person who just caught something takes a picture of their prize and tosses it back into the water.
Why did they do that?
Well, everyone has to eat. That's just part of life, and I love a good fish dinner as much as anyone. But some just enjoy the sport and the struggle, and release the little guy once he's been defeated.
I enjoy the struggle. I look at the fish I caught, its tail flapping gently. There's a mark on its mouth that doesn't look natural.
What's that?
I point to it so Mr. Kim can see. He only has to glance at it.
Looks like it isn't this fellow's first time being caught. That is a battle scar.
A scar. Just bonk me. A scar. So he's been caught before and either got away or was released. It's up to me to decide if his luck runs out or not. Sighing, I unhook the fish, then toss it back into the water, where it instantly swims down and out of sight.
Try to be more careful next time.
If I was hungry, it'd be a different story. But my belly is full, and Juliet just went shopping, so there's plenty of food at home. So I figured I may as well let this one go. Walking up beside me, Mr. Kim looks out at the sea.
You know, maybe that kindness will come back to you someday. I'm sure the fish appreciates it.
Yeah.
I'm not sure how useful it is to have a fish owe me a favor, but I know what Mr. Kim means. I hand him back the fishing pole and a box of lures that he gave me.
Done for the day?
Yeah, now that I've gotten to see what it's like.
Well, if you decide to join us again, the fish will be here. And so will I.
Maybe I will too. Thanks for the help.
Of course, of course. The pleasure is all mine. Have a good day, miss.
I wave and head back up the pier. Mr. Kim is good people. I dig Mr. Kim. It's a lot more lighthearted than Tommy and his parents. Even though I feel bad for not intervening with Tommy and the parents a little bit. You know what I mean? Another day spent entertaining myself around town, I decide to take Aspen's advice and ask Juliet about TV. The light is on in Juliet's study, meaning she's in there. I knock on the door and get an instant response. There's a little smaller little mosquito in here.
Come in.
Study hasn't changed at all since I was here a couple days ago, except there aren't any bats in the corner like last time. It's just me and her.
Hi.
Me and Ho, even.
Good evening, Miho. What brings you here?
I'm a little bit worried about how to do this. Usually I just take something I want. Lately I've started saying yes when people offer me things, but going in and just asking for something, well, I'll have to do it sometime.
I had a question. Yesterday, Aspen said I should ask about getting a TV in my room. That way, I'd have something to do.
Oh, that is a good idea. I take it today wasn't particularly exciting either.
Not really. It was fine. Nothing bad happened. I'm just...
I don't want to say I'm bored. What if she thinks I'm blaming her? Or ungrateful? I bite my lip, trying to think of a better way to put it, but she seems to read my mind.
Bored? It's alright, you can say
Biting
it.
my lip IRL for
An
a
empty
fact.
room would be boring for anyone. I believe there should be a television somewhere around. Let's take a look.
I follow behind her and out of the office. Juliet takes me down one of the hallways I've never been down, and where I don't think I've ever seen the lights turned on. We pass by several doors.
What are all these rooms?
They've been all kinds of things over the years. Bedrooms, studies, playrooms. But now they're mostly just storage.
We stop in front of one door, indistinguishable from the rest.
I believe this is the one.
It's not locked. Juliet just opens it normally. Inside is dark and musty. The window is covered with heavy curtains that don't let any light in. In other words, what you'd expect from a vampire's house. There's tons of junk leaning against the walls, like some faded bicycles and a dresser that's missing a drawer.
Ah, there it is.
Juliet points and I see what she's looking at. There's a TV in one corner with its cords wrapped around itself in a thick blanket of dust. We both walk over and I wipe some of the dust away. It immediately blows into my face. Get away from me, mosquito.
Miho, are you alright?
Still, I back a few steps away.
As you can tell, it's been a while since I've come in here.
Much more carefully than me, Juliet cleans off the TV.
I believe it should still work, though.
Okay, I can move it to my room then.
It's alright. I can take it.
That could be set out of context, but Juliet effortlessly lifts up the TV up and begins to carry it to my room.
Whoa.
I know from plenty of experience that TVs aren't exactly easy to lift.
I need to remind myself to never piss her off.
I hurry after, arriving at my room just as she sets the TV down in the corner and plugs it in.
Let's see.
She presses a power button, and with a soft buzz it comes to life.
It works!
Indeed. I'm relieved. Let me try to remember how to use it.
It's kind of slow, but she manages to explain all the different buttons and what they do, how to use the remote. It doesn't seem that complicated, but also I've never learned how to do it either. Once we make sure it's not going to die or anything, Juliet leaves me on my own with it. I change to all the channels, getting an idea for what there is. There are some channels with cartoons, which I know are meant for kids. There are also some shows with real people in them, but they don't make much sense to me. Maybe if I watch them from the beginning. There are also plenty of ads. I recognize more products than I do shows. It probably has to do with my lifestyle, more with my lifestyle than anything else, though. Even flipping through the stations constantly, I do find myself having much more fun than if I was just napping or walking around. I can see why some humans do this all day. Eventually, I go back to one of the cartoon channels. Even if they're for kids, they're easier to follow along with. I pick one and leave it running, climbing into bed to watch. I end up spending a few hours watching until I fall asleep that night. Having something else to follow along with and think about is a nice distraction from my own doubts and worries, or having my own doubts and worries creep up on me. If this is what normal life is like, then maybe it's something I could get used to after all. We got Lena in Hentai Park. During a conversation with Aspen, she told me about what Lena's next adventure would be. An outdoor painting class. When that time rolls around, I decide to go check it out. Although I'm going to take a quick break here, put the air conditioner on high for a little bit, and, go stand up and stuff. Maybe eat a sausage or something. That's leftover sausage. Let me save right real quick here. Alright, I'm going to take a quick BRB. I'll see you guys in a few minutes here. Sit tight. Alright, we Gucci, we back. On the topic of ads, oh my god, Mosquito, why are you back already? Get away. Don't you learn your manners? So, if I run an ad manually during a break, then I basically don't subject you guys to an ad, and I push the ad timer back by 30 minutes. Which is why, whenever I go on break, I just slam the ad button manually. I just, I'm just getting all settled here. It gives you guys a little bit extra time before you have to suffer again. We just drink some water real quick. I ate a sausage. I had some leftover sausage still from earlier today, and you know me, that if I can shove meat in my mouth, I will. So, yeah. Alright. Okay. Just like the other activities I've tried with Lena, it'll be happening in the park. When I arrive, I don't even have to look around. The class is right next to the entrance. The group is bigger than the ones for tennis and tree planting. Everyone has a big canvas on a stand in front of them, and there are a bunch of paints and brushes in the middle. Lena's easy to find like always, and I see Cyrus on the other side of the crowd away from her. It seems like he's not the one in charge today. A friendly person in a paint-stained apron sees me arrive and helps me choose a canvas and some art supplies, and sends me to find a spot. Naturally, I head over to where Lena is.
Hey, mind if I set up here?
Oh, sure. Are you new here?
Yeah, this is my first time painting.
Me too. Wanna have a Actually, maybe you shouldn't race when you're painting.
I mean, I guess it depends on your skill as a painter. I mean, I don't really know how to draw. But to some degree, drawing faster can often be helpful. Or, you know, practicing like quick pose drawings and stuff like that. I take a peek at what Lena's been working on. It doesn't seem like there's a particular topic, so everyone's painting is different. Lena's painting is a picture of a young swan with a pink flower on its head. It's surprisingly great.
This is amazing for your first time.
You think so? I mean, of course it is. What are you gonna paint?
I don't know yet. Let's see.
There are a bunch of different sized brushes and a variety of colors. Having so many options to choose from makes it harder, not easier to decide. Maybe I should go for something simple like a tree. Choosing a brush in a shade of brown, I get to work.
Alright everyone, warm-up's over. Go ahead and find a partner. We're going to work on portraits today.
My tree is mostly done by now. It's not very detailed and it doesn't look like any tree I've seen in real life, but at least I can tell what it's supposed to be. When the instructor says to choose a different partner, I instinctively turn to Lena, preparing to ask her. But of course, she's looking over in Cyrus's direction. I sigh to myself.
You should go ask him before he ends up with someone else.
It'll mean I have to partner up with a stranger, but as far as Lena's concerned, she and I are already strangers, so it shouldn't make that much of a difference. Lena jumps in shock.
Whoa, are you a mind reader?
Something like that.
That's so cool. You're right, though. But what if he says no?
Then he says no, I guess. Nothing would have changed, right?
She taps her chin.
You know, you kind of remind me of someone I work with. Anyway, wish me luck.
Good luck.
Is Aspen pressing her not to be a bottom? I watch as Lena goes up to Cyrus and talks to him, too far away for me to hear. I guess it must work out, because they soon set up their canvases facing each other. Unfortunately, watching them means that I missed out on my chance to find a partner. When I look around, everyone else is matched up with someone. It's more than fine with me, but unfortunately, the instructor comes over and invites me to partner up with her, which I grudgingly accept. For the next little while, I struggle to make something that resembles the woman across from me. This would be a lot easier if she looked like a tree. After 10 or 15 minutes, she claps her hands to get everyone's attention.
Time to change things up. Show your partners what you made, and then go find a new partner.
While everyone gets to that, she brings her canvas over to show me.
Whoa.
Wow. It's definitely me. My tail is fluffier in real life, and my ears aren't that big, and I can still recognize myself.
Mine's not even close to that good.
I turn around the canvas so she can see the results. Compared to the painting she made, I'm kind of embarrassed to share. Still, she smiles at it.
I think it's lovely. Painting is like anything else. The more you do it, the more you improve. And I've been doing it for a long time. We all have to start somewhere, though.
Plus, Mio, we don't make mistakes. Only happy accidents. The moment the instructor and I are done talking, someone taps me on the shoulder. I turn around to see Lena.
Hey, let's be partners.
Sure.
Secretly, I just think to myself of how I'm getting paired up with another good artist. The instructor blows a whistle to signal the start, and Lena and I both get to work.
So, how'd it go?
How'd what go?
I know she can't have forgotten me that quickly.
Talking to Cyrus.
Oh, that.
Using a few shades of pink and white, I managed to paint something that looks passably close to Lena's clothes. If I squint a little, at least.
I got too nervous to really say much, so we just painted each other until it was time to switch.
In the middle of a brush stroke, Lena suddenly drops her brush in horror.
Oh no, what if he thinks I'm boring?
I don't think anyone could think that about you.
Yeah, but what if he does? This is not good!
Leaving the paintbrush in the grass, Lena closes her eyes and puts her fingers to the sides of her head like she did back at tennis. She must do that for at least a minute, while I keep working on my painting. It looks more like Lena than my last one looked like the painting instructor, but I already know her wings are going to give me trouble.
Okay, got it. I need you to do me a favor.
What is it?
When we change partners again, I need you to go partner up with Cyrus, and then you can ask him what he thinks about me. Don't just straight up ask him though, that'd be too obvious. Try to see if you can get him to say it without saying it.
Say it without saying it?
I love Lena.
Yeah, you know, like,
She makes a few gestures that remind me of charades, but I have no idea what she's trying to say.
Okay, I'll try.
Thanks, I owe you one.
I'm not even motivated by that, because it's not like she'll remember long enough for me to ever cash it in. I just want to see what happens.
Alright, new partners. This'll be the last time.
Here, this is my painting of you. It's better than the last one.
It still isn't great, but I like the way some parts of it turned out.
Ooh, I look great.
Looking down at her canvas, Lena frowns.
Kind of forgot to paint you. So, I guess I owe you two things.
That's fine.
Cool. Okay, hurry, before someone else takes him.
I walk over to Cyrus as fast as I can without being self-conscious about it. Fortunately, he was distracted with something himself, so he's still on his own.
Hey, wanna be partners?
Alright. I'm sure it's a total coincidence you were just talking with Lena, right?
Not at all.
I appreciate the honesty. Anyway, let's get started.
Both of us set up our canvases. I feel a little more in my comfort zone painting Cyrus. At least at the same time, I try to think of how to do what Lena asked.
Hey, can you do me a favor?
Uh-oh.
I like the surprise on her face.
I mean, what is it?
There's something that I want to ask Lena, but I don't know how she'll take it.
They're both so useless.
We've known each other for a bit, but that's why I'm worried. I mean, I kind of know her feelings, but not that well. So, and maybe don't ask her this outright. Maybe you can try to see how she feels by, like...
He makes some vague hand gesture that eventually turns into a shrug.
Well, you know what I mean.
No, I don't.
Anyway, what I want to know is...
A shrill whistle blows, cutting Cyrus off.
Alright, that's it. Time to show him off.
I rub my ears to recover from the sound, before waiting for Cyrus to continue.
Actually, never mind. It was dumb anyway. Here's what I made.
SMHing my head.
Ta-da.
Cyrus spins his canvas around to reveal.
Oh, phew.
I can't help but breathe a sigh of relief. He's just as bad at painting as I am. I show him my equally unimpressive work. It's messy and scattered.
Nice job. You really captured the way I feel inside.
I'm always messy and scattered. I want to press him on what he was going to say, because this is the second time he's almost asked me about Lena and then changed his mind. Before I can ask, though, Lena herself comes hurrying over, carrying her canvas. She walks up and shoves it into Cyrus's hands before he can even react.
I made this for you so you'd have okay, bye!
Immediately, she zips back in the way she came. He holds the portrait at arm's length where you can see it. I move behind him to get a good view as well. Just like Lena's picture of the swan, her picture of Cyrus is really good. It shows him looking thoughtful as he works on his own painting, biting his lip in concentration. There's a lot of detail in his eyes and face, and on the leafy vein that runs up his neck.
Whoa. This is...
Really good?
yeah.
The two of us look around to try to find Lena, but she's nowhere to be seen. She must have left right away, or she's hiding somewhere. Girl, you just asked fucking Miho to do something for you, and then you left before she could actually do it.
What was it you wanted me to ask her?
Cyrus just SMHs his head, still looking at the painting.
It's fine. I need to ask her myself.
You absolutely do. All of us minus Lena. Help the instructor clean everything up, with some people taking home their portraits and others tossing them. Cyrus and I say goodbye to each other, but we never talk anymore about Lena. Still, even if it's a while before we hang out again, I have a feeling I haven't heard the last of this. Oh, we get more time with Mr. Kim. Yeah, sorry, Tommy. You're gonna have to be lost without your parents for a little bit more time, because we got Mr. Kim. Feeling bored, I head down to the waterfront and Mr. Kim's fishing lessons. This will be the third time that I've gone. I was prepared to give up last time, but actually catching a fish was a lot more satisfying than I thought it would be. I'm sure I'll keep doing it in the future, too. I guess that makes it one of my hobbies at this point. At the very least, it's been better than just wandering around town. When I get there, I'm surprised to find the fishing spot is empty, other than Mr. Kim himself. He's sitting on a folding chair with a sandwich in one hand and a book in the other. He sets down both as he notices me arriving.
Hey there, miss. Something I can help you with?
Oh, I was here to go fishing, but it doesn't look like anyone else is here.
If you're looking for a lesson, then I'm afraid the pool's closed. Which is to say, the next one doesn't start for a couple of hours. But if you just want to try your luck with the ocean, you're more than welcome to borrow a rod.
Borrow a rod.
Sure. Thanks.
I'll borrow Mr. Kim's rod. Now that I know what to do, I don't really need Mr. Kim to walk me through it each time. I should be fine on my own. I touch a lure and then cast my line out into the water.
I hope I don't catch the same fish as last time.
Don't worry about it. Since there's not much else to do, I look out at the sea when I wait. It's been a long time since I've been on a ship or even a boat. A long time ago, they were the best way to get around. But ever since there started being airships going all over the world, I sneak onto those instead. While I'm standing there reflecting, Mr. Kim comes up beside me.
No bites yet?
Nope. Nothing.
Just a mosquito who's, biting my neck like they just met me at a party or something.
Maybe the fish all went out to eat.
Like usually, he takes a moment to laugh at his own joke. Like me.
That's fine. I had to wait even longer than this.
Like someone's gotta laugh at my own jokes. I'd wait even longer than this last time.
That's the right attitude to have. They can keep you waiting for a while.
You've been waiting for a long time for a certain fish, right?
Spot on. Who told you about that?
I took one of your lessons a while ago. You told me about it then.
Huh. Well, my memory sure isn't what it used to be. Anyway, you're absolutely right. Not just any fish. He's the king.
The king of fish.
King?
The way Mr. Kim says it sounds dramatic.
Yes, the king of the ocean. He travels the waters of the world all on his own. He takes his meals from a different fisher every night. It's said that if he chooses you, you'll have 7 years of good luck.
He winks, giving me a big thumbs up.
Not a bad deal for catching a fish, right?
7 years. Wow.
Sounds pretty nice, doesn't it? To tell you the truth, I don't care too much about that. But the privilege of being recognized by the king of the ocean, now that is a prize
So,
worth chasing.
Can you describe the king of the... Why is he the king? How do you know it's the king?
So, if he's always swimming around the world...
I try to picture it in my head. That's a lot of water.
He
I'll
only
take a
comes
drink.
by once a year. 1 day is all you get, and then he's on to his next stop. And then the next fisherman.
Sounds like a World of Warcraft fishing event.
No wonder you've been waiting for so long then. How many years have you been after him?
Oh, I've given up counting at this point. 16, 17, who's to say? I stopped keeping track at least 5 years ago. I've seen him once, which is more than many can say, but he swam right past our shores. I heard he was landed a few towns away.
Stranglethorn memory. I was thinking more like Mr. Pinchy or whatever from WoW. Up in Terrakar.
I'll bet he must be huge if he's the king.
He's not tiny, that's for sure. His scales are every color at once, and they look like gemstones.
Okay, so he's like a rainbow fish.
Whoa. I want to see him.
Like an opal fish.
You'll get your chance in a few months. He's due to swim past Wellington a couple of weeks before the new year. You can bet I'll be ready.
I'll try to. What do I have to do?
That's up to you. Some say it's just luck. Some say it's about having the tastiest looking bait. Some say the only thing that matters is where you're standing when he passes by. For me, I try to get to know the fish and the sea. I figure if they trust me, they can put in a good word with the king,
Mr. Kim talks to me about fish and fishing for a while longer, until it's time for me to head off. Although I didn't catch anything again today, I still liked hearing those stories, so it wasn't a waste of time. At the end, he invites me to come back and fish anytime, whether it's a lesson or not. I promise to take him up on his offer, even though I know he won't remember it. I'd like to see this king, too. There are still a couple of months before he'll be here, so that's plenty of time for me to get better at fishing. Yeah, she needs to go grind fishing in, a diadem or something. With that new goal in mind, I head back home, already looking forward to returning. After having dinner and saying goodnight, I head upstairs and get ready for bed. As I flick on the lights and start to leave the restroom, something in my reflection catches my attention. My bead is glowing slightly. Just barely. It's so faint that I can only notice it in the darkness. Removing the necklace, I inspect it closely. They're warm, not just in my magical bead, but the regular ones next to it too. Not as warm as when I use my transformation magic, but enough that after hundreds of years of carrying them, I can detect the difference. I'm not sure what it means. Everything about my magic has always been a mystery to me, really. Some things like transforming I just knew how to do instinctively from the beginning. But other than the fact that my bead always comes back to me, no matter where I leave it, I don't know much about it. Returning to my room, I brush my hair to the side and put the necklace back on. I don't have to wear it when I sleep, but it feels more uncomfortable not having it on. Like something's missing. When I climb into bed, I pull the covers up to my chin like always. Rather than transforming, I just lay there, staring at the ceiling. Tomorrow is my first day of work. Never in 100 years had I expected that thought to ever cross my mind. Laying here in the place that I've started thinking of as home, the idea doesn't seem that scary. I'm a bit nervous, but I'm excited too. Maybe I'll be really good at it. It'd be nice to be good at something other than thieving. As my eyes begin to get heavy, it occurs to me that I usually I'd have changed into a fox by now. Except for the first night, when I was too tired, I've spent all my nights here in that form. But tomorrow I'm taking another big step into people life, so it feels more appropriate to stay this way. Rolling onto my side, I face out the window as I let myself succumb to sleep with a gentle warmth of beads around my neck. The morning of my first day of work, I wake up extra early, at least an hour before Aspen will be here. I creep through the house so Juliet can't hear me and slip out the front door. Outside it's wet. I didn't know if it's rain or just morning dew. There's more dark than sunlight still, but I can already see that the clouds overhead are gray. Just 2 weeks ago, that would have been cause for concern. Now it's barely worth thinking about. I have somewhere warm to go back to. I start walking, taking a familiar path. Has it really only been 2 weeks? I feel like I've done more living in the past few days than all the years before them. Every day something new, and every evening something secure. It's a life I could have only ever dreamed about. It scares me how fast I've slipped into it. I spent my whole life alone. I devoted my entire existence to keeping it that way. But now, ever since meeting an Aspen and Juliet, I'm not sure I like being on my own quite as much. It feels like I'm losing part of myself, my armor, my defense mechanism. Like I'm getting weaker. And maybe that's true, but also, maybe that's okay. Maybe it's okay to let myself be a little more vulnerable. Just a little. There's no one else to be seen on Mount Victoria as I make my way up to the path. Instead of going straight to the top, I veer off into the underbrush. I haven't been back to my den since Juliet came and found me. I haven't forgotten the way, though. All the rain since then has done a number on the den. It's barely recognizable since most of it collapsed into the mud. In other words, it hasn't changed much since last time I was here. Overhead, the birds chirp in the trees. Maybe they're the ones I fed before.
Morning, birdies. Sorry I don't have anything for you today.
It doesn't stop them from asking. Half-heartedly, I try scooping away some of the mud from the mouth of the den, but more just slides down, erasing my progress. Then one of the walls collapses even more, making things worse.
Oh, so much for that.
It's well and truly ruined. That's okay, though. I don't think I'll be coming back here. Just 2 weeks ago, this was all I had. Now it doesn't feel like anything. Maybe that's okay, too. I turn, about to head back to the mountain path when there's a rustle of a branch and something comes out of the brush. She walks confidently for a fox. She trots right out of the brushes and crosses in front of me, then freezes mid-step. Her fur is pure silver, except for a patch of black across her face and paws. We lock eyes. Instinctively, I can feel myself prepare to transform so I can greet her as a fox, but I hesitate. Is that still my place? I'd be lying if I called myself a fox now, at least fully. I relax, not having noticed how tense I was. My beads also go cold, although they barely started to heat up.
Hi there.
I say it as a person instead, same as when greeting the birds. At the sound of my voice, the fox turns tail and runs. She doesn't give it a second thought. 1 second she's there, and the next she's almost out of sight. I can feel a pull in my chest telling me to run after her. I'm sure I could still catch her if I tried. Of course, I don't. I'm not the kind of person who goes chasing after foxes anymore. Instead, I watch her disappear. It doesn't take long. Not even the grass rustles behind her. I'm sure I'll still transform into a fox in the future. I love it too much not to. But I have to set some boundaries for myself. Watching her go fills me with a pang of longing, but also confidence. I'm making a choice to live this way. Even if I regret it later, at least I thought about it. At least I'm trying. I make my way back to the trail and up to the top of Mount Victoria. Coming up here never ceases to amaze me. No matter the weather or time of day, the view is always stunning. Right now, it's just me and the breeze. I close my eyes and spread my arms out, letting the wind ripple through my hair and jacket. For a moment, I just let myself go and appreciate how it feels to exist, to be alive and enjoying the breeze. I'm pretty lucky, aren't I? Slowly, I open my eyes again, looking out over the city spread before me. The first time I came up here, I thought I felt kind of small. After all, I could see the whole thing from up here. But now, it strikes me how big it is. How big and how full. There are more people than there are buildings, and there are plenty of buildings. Humans and fabled, all alive and existing. Was there something sultry about the way that I started the paragraph? I don't know. Up until now, it's been easy for me to forget that people exist like I do. That they have thoughts and feelings and things that they want, rather than just being problems to solve or obstacles to avoid. Now, I can't help but notice just how alive the world around me is, even at this early hour. I may be alone up here, but there's plenty of activity down the city. I fumble around in my pockets until I find the right size coin and feed it into the binoculars nearby. I scan over the city, looking for anything I recognize. Finding the fishing spot is easy, since all I have to do is follow the coast. The whole pier is already covered in fishermen. From there, I find the bell house. Its windows are dark, and it doesn't stand out much. I wonder if Aspen will be the first one there again today. I actually looked at a picture of New Zealand from this point in Mount Victoria, and this is a very accurate illustration. After the bell house, I aim the lens at the library. Windows are dark there too, of course, including the window to my room. I pause on that image, just my window, framed in the middle of the lens. Yeah, they did research. Cuba Street looks similar, except for without the rainbows. And like this shot looks similar, or this shot is like almost identical to what this shot would be from this location on Mount Victoria. From all the way up here, I can spot a tiny little place that I call my own. I stare at it until the shutter clicks and the view goes dark. Just 2 weeks ago, I stood up here and wondered if I'd be better off leaving. I'm glad that I have an answer to that now. I turn around and begin the long walk home. The library is still dark when I get back, but I can hear the low murmur of conversation from the kitchen. As I step through the doorway, I find Aspen and Juliet already seated at the table waiting for me. Breakfast is already cooked too. There's a lot more food than usual.
Ah, Miho. Welcome back.
There you are. We were wondering where you'd gone off to.
Morning! Just went out for a walk. Sorry if you thought I ran away again.
Aspen SMHs her head, pouring herself a cup of coffee as I sit down.
The thought crossed my mind, but I didn't really believe it. You've got a big day today, right?
You can say that again. Went on my walk just to clear my head.
I hope you're excited too. I'm happy for you, even if I am a teensy bit jealous.
Aspen spoons a tiny scoop of sugar into your coffee and stirs it. Wait, is that how you're supposed to do it? I'll have to remember in case Juliet ever makes me drink tea again.
A teensy bit of jealousy is a good motivator to work even harder myself.
Actually, about that...
Juliet, you had better not be about to offer me a job.
Rather the opposite. I have a favor to ask. Just for today, do you think you could assist Miho as she gets her bearings? It's getting near my bedtime, and while I'm sure Miho would be able to handle herself, I imagine a helping hand would make things easier. That is, assuming Miho doesn't mind.
Of course not.
Both of us look at Aspen expectantly. She bites her lip and tries to hide her smile behind her cup of coffee as she takes a sip.
Well, I suppose I could spare the
A little
time.
blush.
Great. But what about the
Great.
house? You didn't get fired, did you?
They'd go out of business the day they fire me, and they know that. But I enjoy how that's your first assumption. No, I simply swapped shifts with someone, so I don't have to go in until later.
Wow, that's convenient.
And much to our benefit. Thank you, Aspen.
Oh, don't mention it.
Then, shall we turn our attention to breakfast instead?
Oh, I thought you'd never ask.
There's the usual eggs and toast and fruit, but there's also pancakes and hash browns too. When is somebody gonna make me some goddamn hash browns? Ever since this scene first happened, I've been wanting hash browns.
You really went all out, huh?
I felt today merited a bit of a celebration. Of you, and the start of another chapter of your life.
Last time I got hash browns was when I had my blood drawn, and I was like, go get me some hash browns on the way home. I can't, like, obviously I had someone drive me. So I'm like, I need some, like, McDonald's hash browns right now. Let's go get some hash browns.
Aw, thanks. It's really all because of you two, though. I'm just...
They're very greasy.
Oh, quit saying that. You need to give yourself more credit, Miho. We can only try to help show you the path. You're the one who has to follow it.
Whoa, who wrote that?
Nobody. I do occasionally have my own thoughts, you know. Anyway, just accept the compliment and let's eat.
Fine.
We all fill our plates and start to eat. Breakfast is delicious as always. The pancakes are still warm and dripping with melted butter and syrup. And the hash browns are nice and crispy.
How is it?
Great! I've never had hash browns that weren't soggy before.
Sometimes that's because they were leftovers I scavenged, but sometimes even when they're fresh.
I'll be sure to remember you like them this way. Oh, and the pancakes you made are delightful, Aspen.
You made these?
Miho Pog.
Don't sound so shocked. I have to do a lot of baking and prep work at the Bell House.
They're really, really good.
Yes, I want hash browns. Should I make a Miho Pog, emote? Do you think the Miho Pog emote would even, like, be readable very well in Twitch chat?
Thank you. I'm glad you're enjoying them.
As tasty as they are, there ends up being more food than I can eat. I forced myself to finish the pancakes, even though I'm full by the time I'm halfway done with them, because I don't want Aspen to take it personally. But eventually I have to throw my fork down and defeat.
Did you get enough to eat, Miho?
More than enough. I think I'm set for the rest of the day.
I'm sure you'll feel differently by lunchtime.
And there's no greater compliment to the cooks.
The three of us start to clear away the dishes, and I start to feel a little apprehensive as opening time draws near. I've spent enough time in the library to know I don't need to worry too much, but I can't help but be anxious. There are a lot of little details to remember, not just which books go where, but stuff like names and special requests too. I already know I'm not going to be the fastest, since I'll just have to copy words and see which ones match, instead of being able to read them. With all the practice and memorization I've done, I'm as ready as I'll ever be. So instead of dwelling on it, I make myself focus on rinsing the dishes, making sure I don't miss any spots. On the other hand, Aspen is positively buzzing with excitement, although I can tell she's trying to hide it. She flits from task to task, straightening things that don't need to be straightened and tidying up parts of the kitchen that aren't dirty. She hums to herself as she goes, sometimes popping up beside me or Juliet. And of course, Juliet herself is the same as ever, calm and stoic. I thought she might be a little worried about leaving the library in our hands, but considering she leaves it unstaffed most of the time, maybe not. At the very least, I'm determined to not leave the library any worse than when there's nobody running it. Finally, we finish all the cleanup and chores.
Thank you for your assistance. Are you two ready?
Yes, whenever.
Yep.
Let's get the two of you set up then.
Juliet leads us to the front desk, where there's a fresh stack of checkout sheets and a jar of pens, plus a computer for looking things up. I'm surprised you didn't say anything about my yawn there, unless you couldn't hear it.
I did a once-over before breakfast to make sure everything was as it should be. I'm sure the two of you know your way around the place by now, and that's really all there is to it. And if you feel the need, Don't hesitate to wake me.
Don't worry, we'll be fine. I'm like Cinderella. I intend to live my dreams for the precious few hours that I can.
Do you have any questions, Miho? Or anything you'd like to go over again?
Nah, I'm fine. I've done all the prep I can.
Alright then. If the two of you are all set up, then I'll be off to bed. I'll see you in a few hours.
You know, I know what you're gonna say.
Have a good sleep.
I was just surprised that I didn't see like bottom text in chat or something.
Good night.
With a final wave, Juliet goes upstairs and disappears into her room. From behind the desk, Aspen places her hands on her hips and looks around like a queen surveying her kingdom.
And now we wait.
I take a seat in one of the two chairs and kick my feet back and forth. After pacing around a little bit, Aspen sits up too, twirling a pen between her fingers.
Nervous?
A little bit.
It's understandable. I was nervous on my first day of work too. I'm sure everyone is.
I just don't want to mess anything up. Especially not on my first day.
Relax, it'll be fine. Not that I think you will, but even if you do make a mistake, that's natural. It's how you get better at things. By doing them wrong until you figure out the right way. There's not much that can really go wrong.
Unless you're playing
either.
Skyrim.
It's not like at a restaurant where there are customers paying money and with all kinds of different orders. If it takes you some extra time to find a book or put one away, that's no big deal.
Yeah, I know you're right, but I still worry. I don't want to do such a bad job that Juliet changes her mind about me or something.
Or Miho.
Are you still worried about that? Juliet adores you. You could burn the whole library down and she'd still let you live in the ashes.
That'd be closer to what I'm used to, at least.
Right, you and your dramatic backstory.
My what?
Backstory? Life story? Whatever you want to call it. I'm sorry, I shouldn't make light of it.
Oh, it's fine. I don't mind. Just forget that you think it's interesting.
How can we not?
I hope someday you understand why. Maybe you'll hear a story that resonates with you and makes you want to know more. Or get to know that person better.
I can hear the blush in your voice. She pokes me in the side with her pen.
Like me, when I met you.
I guess that makes sense. Like, when I talked to you and Juliet.
Juliet, perhaps. Even I don't know much about her life before she came to Welly. And even that is
Welly?
fuzzy.
And you?
I know this makes me sound like a hypocrite, but there really isn't much to say about my past. For one thing, I don't have nearly as many years as you two. But also, I had a
Years aren't
boring,
everything.
normal childhood in a boring, normal town. I went to a boring, normal school for a while before I moved out here, hoping for a change of pace. But now I live a boring, normal life, just in a different city.
I'll bet I wouldn't think it's boring. I don't even know what a normal town and normal school are like.
Aspen opens her mouth to say something, but right as she does, the front door opens and Aspen leaps to her feet.
Good morning!
A guest, a red-haired human, looks surprised.
Oh, hello. Wasn't aware there was anyone working this early.
I'm just helping out today. But Miho here is the library's new daytime caretaker.
Hi there.
I wave, but I'm not sure if there's anything else I'm supposed to say. Luckily, Aspen seems to have it covered.
Let us know if there's anything we can do to help.
Cool. Congrats, Miho. I'm just here to browse. Thanks, though.
Enjoy!
Like his accent so much. She gives him a bright smile as he walks in and heads to the books before taking her seat again.
Good job! Thank you. Why don't you greet the next guest?
Do I have to do that for everyone who comes in?
No, but a smile and greeting never hurt. Although we'll have to keep the volume down.
Right.
The door opens again and a pair of twin dryads enters. I stand up, my legs feeling a little shaky.
Hi! Let us know if we can help.
Neither of them speak, but they both smile graciously and nod in acknowledgement as they pass by us.
See? That wasn't so bad, was it?
No, but so far no one's needed any help.
True. Let's see who we get next.
We don't have to wait long. A breathless man carrying a stacks of books staggers his way over to us.
Do you work here? Can you check these in for me? I'm running late as it is. Thanks.
Before we can even answer, he drops his books on the desk and then hurries back out the door.
I wonder why he was in such a rush.
No clue, but I respect him still taking the time to drop off his returns. Do you want to start writing them down?
Sure.
Sure. Taking a deep breath, I grab the top book and a pen. The title isn't too long, fortunately. Slowly, I start copying the letters down. First with a curve, then a straight line, then a loop, then an arch.
Hello, welcome.
I didn't even hear the door open this time. As more and more people start to come in, Aspen and I both end up pretty busy. The pile of books that need to be checked in grows fast, and I have to start taking some of them back to the shelves as I go just to make space. By using a little chart with the alphabet and numbers on it, I'm able to slowly match the labels on each book to their spot on the shelves. As the library gets busier though, I start making some educated guesses about where certain books belong and putting them with others that look similar. I can fix it later if I have to.
Miho, could you give me a hand, please?
Over at the desk, the line of people has gotten pretty long. I have no idea what all these people normally did when there wasn't anyone to help them. I shove the rest of the stack I'm carrying into the empty shelf and hurry over to help. After finishing with one guest, she hands me a few handwritten notes with label numbers on them.
Can you go find these? I think one was returned today, so it might not be on the floor yet. Also, these ones were checked out in the wrong name, so they need to be corrected on the sheet. These three here are going to be picked up later, but we've been asked to pull them ahead of time, so make sure not to get them mixed up with the others. Okay?
Okay.
Got it. Maybe. You've got this.
We believe, Miho. With a little cheer, she goes back to assisting people. I watch for just a moment. She's clearly in her element here. Even with the line growing longer, Aspen doesn't seem to be getting nervous. I can't say the same about myself, though. There's no time to waste. I bounce around the library trying to find the books Aspen wrote down. It takes a while, and I get the instructions mixed up a few times, but eventually I manage to track them all down. When I bring them up to the desk, the stack of returns has gotten almost as tall as I am, so I start checking them in as quickly as I can. Meanwhile, Aspen has moved around to the front to give me more space to write and work.
Alright, let's see.
Oh, I love this one with the Miho swirly eyes. I grab the top book and start to copy, then the next, and then the one after that. Before long, they all start to blend together and the letters become a swirl that move around on the page. I thought this was gonna be easy, but it's making my brain feel like soup. I'm determined to push through it though, even if it takes me forever, which at this rate, it just might. If Aspen were here, I don't know what I would do, or what I'd even do tomorrow on my own. I can worry about that later though. For now, I have to keep going the best I can. Book after book, line after line, guest after guest. It gets easier as the day goes on, but I wouldn't say it gets easy. But Aspen and I keep going, and eventually we do start to get things under control and keep the chaos to a minimum. It's tough work, but not too tough. Maybe Aspen was right about something. The more I try, the more I feel I can do this. Chapter 3, baby! I think this is where we're gonna start to get some real choices.
Have a nice day.
Thanks. You too.
Kind old man takes his books from under his arm and shuffles out the library. A wish of cool air passing over me as the door opens and shuts. I think there's a choice really quickly into this, where Aspen says, "Do you want to go to the movie with me?"
Finally, time for a break.
With no one else waiting to be helped, I glance around at a dozen or so people milling about before propping myself down into the cushion that Juliet set up for me behind the desk. Who knew that working would be such hard work? These past few weeks since I started helping out at the library have been a bit of a blur. There's always so much to do. At least most of it is pretty easy, like straightening out furniture, putting things away when they get left out. I don't know what the big deal is. I think it looks better when it's a little messy. Yeah, so do I. But it's what Juliet asked me to do, so I do it. Talking to the patrons, Aspen taught me that word. Talking to patrons, Aspen taught me that word, is getting easier as well. The first few times someone came up to me for help, I was so nervous I could barely speak. There's so much to remember and still so much to learn. I still don't like talking to people in general, but it feels easier now. I get a little anxious when I see someone walking up to the counter, but it's not too bad. Of course, everyone who comes up thinks it's my first day there. Even though I started to recognize some of the regulars, they never recognize me. Aspen's the only one who comes by every day. What I didn't expect was that the hardest part would be checking out books to people. There's a sheet of paper with a bunch of little boxes in them, and I'm supposed to write the names of each person and the books they're taking. Since I have to copy the letters by hand each time, it takes me a while. If someone has a lot of books or ones with really long titles, then it takes me even longer. Sometimes people get a little impatient, but I'm moving as fast as I can. Either way, it makes the days go by faster. I wouldn't really call it fun, but I don't hate it either. Having a bit of money that I earn rather than stole feels surprisingly good too. At least I don't have to worry about someone trying to take it back. I hear the front door open again and look up to greet the new person like Juliet taught me. Turns out to be a familiar face, my nerves settling a little at the sight of her.
Hey, Miho.
Hi, Aspen!
Oops. Sometimes I forget I'm not supposed to be loud in here.
Hi, Aspen!
I say it again, but quieter. She comes up to the desk and sets down a couple of books that she just checked out a few days ago.
Whoa! Done already?
I always love the surprise in her face.
One of them I simply couldn't put down because I had to know how the story ends. I was worried it would have a sad conclusion, but the ghost girl becomes real and gets to stay with her girlfriend, and they all live happily ever after.
Is that foreshadowing?
The other book was unreadable, unfortunately. I won't be trying that author again.
That's too bad. Should I tell Julia we can get rid of this one?
Well, it's not that terrible. I'm sure someone out there could enjoy it, just not me.
If you say
If she
so.
reads so much, I have to wonder how she gets time to write, between that and her job. It seems to me like if Aspen doesn't like a book, then that book must be really, really bad. Maybe I'll ask Julia about it later anyway. For now though, I start copying the titles down onto the returns sheet, while Aspen goes off to find new books. She comes back right as I'm finishing up with a small stack in her hands.
You find books as fast as you finish them.
If only I knew exactly what I was looking for this time.
She hands me the pile and I begin writing the names down. I can feel her watching me as my hand makes each slow line.
Say, Miho.
I have to finish the letter I'm working on before I can pay attention to Aspen.
Yeah? Have you,
She wrings her hands, looking like she's not sure whether to ask her question. Aspen seems to think a lot before she speaks, so I've learned that sometimes it's easier to just make her spit it out.
Just say it. I don't mind.
Sure enough, her eyes widen, but she stops fidgeting.
have you ever considered learning to read
There it is.
and write? It would probably save you, quite a bit of time.
I look down at the mess of scribbles on the paper in front of me. Even though I wrote them, they don't mean anything to me. Juliet never seems to have an issue though, so it's good enough for me.
Not really. I've gotten by fine without it so far.
Oh, come on. You can't keep using that excuse for everything. You've been here for more than a month now.
Well...
She does have a point there. I told myself so many times that I was going to stop letting my past define me. But still, reading and writing? Be useful, that's true. With so many letters, though, it seems like a lot of work. And I'm already doing a lot of work as it is.
I don't even know how to start doing that.
I'd be happy to help you, and I'm sure Juliet would too. She'd be delighted if you picked
I
it
love...
up.
getting like Miho to learn to read and write. Her usual quiet voice starts to raise, only adding to my doubts.
I'll think about it, I guess.
No, I won't take no for an answer. I'll do some research when I get home and bring some materials later. We can make a lesson plan and a schedule and...
Whoa, whoa, whoa. Don't I get any say in this?
Nope.
You didn't say no, and that's enough for me. Oh, but that isn't what I came here to talk to you about.
Aren't you here to get books?
Right, that too. But anyway...
Aspen reaches into her purse and pulls out a slightly crumpled flyer, which she hands to me. I can look over the glossy cover. It's covered in pictures of little
An
god,
exhibition at Te Papa about Korean history
little
and culture
instant
for a
statues,
limited time only.
and other old-looking things. I almost said a scrunkily crumpled-looking flyer.
I thought you might be interested in seeing it.
An exhibit at your dad?
No, it's our biggest museum. Te Papa is one of the most interesting places in Wellington, perhaps even New Zealand as a whole.
Oh shit, the compressor is turning on the air conditioner. 1 second, let me turn down the gain on this real quick, just so you don't have to see it reflected in the lips of the model. There we go.
You can enter for free, so that isn't a concern. Look, there's even a map of how to get there on the back.
After I flip the flyer over, she points to a map of Wellington that's very similar to the one I used on my first day here.
This is the Bell House, so you just go up this road, turn here, then here.
I nod as she explains, but it isn't really necessary. I may not be able to read, but at least I can use a map.
Anyway, it's only open when I'm at work, so I won't be able to join you. But I imagine you might appreciate having some time to yourself too.
Now that you mention it... yeah...
It's been a long time since I've really had a moment to myself. Other than when I go to bed, I'm always around Aspen or Juliet, or the patrons at the library. That's another big change in me. I'm noticing them more and more these days.
I'll check it out. Thanks. Maybe they'll have something that can help me find my person.
Aspen smiles, but it's a thin smile, like she's once again holding back from saying something. This time, however, she doesn't give me a chance to make her say it. I'm sure y'all know what she's holding back here.
Perhaps, yes. Right, well, I need to get back to work. My break will be over soon. I just wanted to pick these up so I have something to read during any downtime at my shift. I'll see you this evening after I look up some reading resources. Tell Juliet I said hello.
Will do. Bye.
With a smile, Aspen blows a kiss, and then quickly spins around and heads out the door, leaving me standing about with a flyer in my hands. Aw, she has a crush on her, and I'm gonna have to turn her down. This is painful. Without any patrons waiting around, I'll take a closer look at some of the artifacts on the pages. Most are cracked and worn with age, but still have a little color to them. I do have to turn her down, because I've already done an Aspen playthrough. This is a Juliet playthrough. A couple have a writing on them, and I can tell it's a different language from the one I've been getting used to copying here. In a way, they seem kind of familiar. Not just familiar, but nostalgic. Like they're related to a memory that's just out of reach. I don't know if it'll bring me any answers, but maybe there'll be something interesting to see.
Hiya, I got these to check out, please.
I quickly tuck the pamphlet into one of my pockets, trying to greet the young boy eagerly waiting at the counter with several books to check out. Okay. The voice acting of this young boy is just like when I talked about the voice acting of the kids in the last zone of Dawn Trail earlier, where it was like, these just sound like people imitating sick Victorian kids. Adults imitating sick Victorian kids.
You got it.
I lift the first book off the stack and slowly begin my process. Maybe Aspen's lessons won't be so bad after all. Closing time finally comes around, the patrons slowly trickling out. Some of them linger for a while, making the final selections before bringing them up to the counter. For some reason I thought it said finger for a while. Fortunately, Juliet's here to help me, or it would take me all night to get through the line of people waiting.
Thank you very much, Miss Callahan. We'll see you next time. Oh, Dottie. Glad to see you're still reading Pullman. Only one left to go in the series. Bye-bye, Abdul. Bye-bye, Jamar.
The time it takes me to finish writing down one person's checkouts, Juliet can get through 5. She even knows everyone by name, as well as their reading habits. That always impresses me. How does she keep track of them all? We finally managed to get through everyone, a sigh of relief escaping as the last patron heads out.
Thank you.
My ears pick up at the sound of Aspen's voice as the patron holds the door open for her.
Sorry, we're closed.
Aspen hesitates for a moment as she walks up to the desk, then she laughs.
You almost had me for a moment.
I collapse onto my cushion while Juliet puts everything away under the desk.
Excellent work today, Miho. You're getting better and better.
Am I? It doesn't really feel like it.
It can be hard to notice your own progress sometimes.
That's true.
But I promise it's there.
And it's only going to get better. Look what I brought.
She raps her knuckles against the pile of thin books she brought with her. There's also a small bag that rattles when she moves it.
Are those?
It's cocaine.
Yes, they're the phonic books I said I'd bring by.
Phonics? Why, Miho? Have you decided to learn to read?
Well, Aspen decided for me, but I guess so.
I pick up one of the books from Aspen's pile. Okay, the cocaine. I must be ready and rearing to play Class of '09. The words on it are big and written in a very simple style, and so are the pictures that go along with it. I've spent enough time in the library now to recognize that these kinds of books are meant for little kids. But I guess it's what I need, isn't it? It's embarrassing, but maybe I can just use that as motivation to learn faster. And if I end up hating it, I can just quit. Like always, I have the option of running away from something I don't like. Still holding the book, I look up to see Juliet and Aspen both watching me, waiting to see what I'll say. I take a deep breath and then smile.
So, how do I start?
Both of them break into a grin as well.
I have just the thing. Come with me.
Aspen's so eager she barely waits for Juliet and I to step out from the counter before leading us to a table beside the aisles of books. Guessing that I'll be here for a while, I pull up a seat while a curious Juliet hovers over my shoulder. She sits down and begins unpacking the bag she brought onto the table, turning out to be a bunch of pens and pencils. She hands me one before placing a small workbook in front of me.
Let's start with the alphabet. Juliet, would you mind? Your handwriting is much better than mine.
Gladly.
Hey, after like 300 years, that's a lot of practice, and it better be damn good handwriting. Realizing she's going to be a part of this, she quickly takes a seat to my other side and selects a sleek black pen. Opening the book, she brings her pen to one of the blank lines.
So, to begin with, this is the letter A.
The two of them take turns going through the different letters of the alphabet and showing me how to write them. Clearly I need this help again, too. Although I have a hard time remembering which is which, I pick up the writing part pretty fast, since I've had a lot of experience with that already. Each of them writes an example letter at the top of my paper first, before I take my turn to try it. Juliet's handwriting is very precise and clean, and reminds me of something you'd see in an advertisement or book. Aspen's, on the other hand, is almost as messy as mine. Sometimes I'm not sure she's even writing the same letters as Juliet and I. After we get through the whole alphabet, they quiz me by holding up cards with different letters and asking me to name them. I get a lot of them wrong, but I do get a lot of them right too. When Aspen finally calls it quits for the night, I'm a little bit disappointed.
So, how do you feel? I think you made very good progress for this being your
Yeah.
first night.
Sit up here. There we go.
Indeed. You should be proud of yourself, Miho.
Yeah, Miho. I can't keep a little smile off my face. Maybe I am a little bit proud.
It was more fun than I thought it'd be. It was tough at first, but I think I'm getting the hang of it.
You certainly are.
Yes, if you work on it a little bit each night, I'm sure you'll make great progress.
The workbook that Aspen gave me already has a few pages complete because of how fast we're going.
Do you think I could learn to read by the end of this week?
The look that the two of them exchange tells me the answer.
Well...
Not that quickly, I'm afraid. Even for the fastest learners, it still takes a few months to make much progress in reading. Going by how quickly you picked this much up, though, I think you'll do just fine.
Oh, I see.
I'd been expecting us to take a few nights at most, but months? That's a lot longer than I was anticipating. I must look disappointed because Aspen frowns and leans forward.
Don't worry, I'm sure that time will fly by. As long as you're getting a little better every day, you'll be able to notice the results soon. Here, why don't you try this?
Hell yeah, do it. Aspen gets up from the desk and maneuvers behind me, putting her hand on top of mine. It's a little shaky, and I notice her face is red as she makes a point not to look at me. The stereotypical scene that we need to have in every single romance. I almost jerk it away out of instinct, but keep cool instead. I'm not used to people touching me, but I know that with Aspen it's just a friendly gesture.
Here, follow these lines.
Yeah, you're looking really red there, Aspen. She gently guides my hand up and down the paper, slowly forming the letters with on the page with me. After 4 letters, she stops and scurries back to her chair. Juliet's snort of amusement from my side only confuses me further.
Can you read what that says?
I look down. The word on the page looks familiar. I squeeze my eyes shut, picturing the cards and what they were holding up and what each letter sounded like.
Miho!
With a jolt, I realize it's my own name. Juliet and Aspen both clap excitedly, a blush forming on my cheeks.
Yes!
Juliet is their ship name, of course. I still can't shake the feeling that it's kind of embarrassing to have them cheer me on for something so simple. Looking down at the paper with my name on it, though, I have to smile a little bit too. This is the first time I've written my own name, even if I did have Aspen's help. It's the first time I've read it myself too. I stare at it intently, committing the shape of those letters and emotions to make them into my memory. I've used so many names in my life, but for some reason, this one feels a bit special. Just for good measure, I write down a few more times to practice. Each time, it gets a little bit less shaky and more legible.
Thank you. Seriously.
Even if this wasn't my idea to start with, it feels like a new milestone in my life already. The start of something else that's new. I can add to that list. Add that to the
It's
list.
our pleasure.
Right. Especially since, I did kind of force you into it.
It's okay. Turns out I need people to make me do stuff sometimes.
Don't we all?
I'm certainly good at that. You'll have to wait until tomorrow for more, though. I've already stayed a bit too late as it is.
Oh my, I hadn't even noticed the time. It sure did fly by, didn't it?
As she gets up to leave, Juliet and I take to our feet as well. Before realizing it, I let out a yawn, like I just did IRL.
I'll leave all this stuff with you, Miho, so you can study at your own pace. I'll try to come by at nights as well to help you practice.
And you're always welcome to ask me for advice too.
Thanks. I'm gonna practice during work too, when I don't have anything else to do.
That sounds wonderful. Good night, you two. Thanks for having me over.
Bye, Aspen!
Good night, Aspen. We'll see you soon.
With her trademark smile and wave, Aspen leaves the library. The two of us watch her go as she heads out into the night's darkness outside.
I imagine you must be tired too, right?
Yeah.
Invite
Now
her
that
to
you
bed
mention
then.
it, I really am.
My hands are sore from all the writing. My palm is colored gray with smeared pencil lead and ink.
Can't believe that wore me out.
You had a full day of work too. You should get some rest. I'll finish cleaning up and preparing for tomorrow.
Are you sure? I didn't really do many of my chores today.
I'm certain. Go on, go to bed.
Secretly glad to be heading to bed rather than doing more work, I start to head out. As I look back, Juliet playfully waves me out of the room.
Good night. And thanks again.
You're always welcome, Miho. Have a good night.
With a pause for another yawn, I stretch and head up the stairs, as I'm going to sleep well tonight. As I lie in bed and wait for sleep to take me, I reflect on my day like always. Today was a good day. I accomplished a lot and I feel proud of myself. I can tell that Juliet and Aspen are proud of me too. That's taken some getting used to. It still feels weird. It still weirds me out to think that people care about me, that they think of me even when I'm not around them. They're excited for me, about things that don't affect them. It's weird, but in a good way. Now that I think about it, it's been a while since I had a bad day. The shock and uneasiness of having a safe place to live and a stable life have worn off, and my daily routine has become just that, routine. I thought I'd never get used to things like this. They'd never be real for me. Well, it turns out I was wrong. Rather than constantly overthink everything, I've gotten better at just going with the flow. I think that's something to be proud of too. Rolling onto my side, I look around my room. It hasn't changed too much since I moved in, but it still feels distinctively mine. And this isn't just a space that I happen to be in. Smiling, I close my eyes and roll into my other side. Just when did I become so sentimental? It's hard to say, but maybe that's okay too. I don't mind who I am right now, and my friends don't either. That's enough for me. With peaceful thoughts like that drifting through my mind, I also drift off to sleep. Work's been quiet today, with only a handful of patrons coming at all. The few still here keep to themselves, quietly reading and browsing the aisles. I'd normally be bored on a day like this. It's a good thing that I have something new to keep me occupied during my downtime, though. A few of the worksheets and books that Aspen gave me yesterday are spread out on the desk, out of the way of our guests, but still where I can see them. Whenever I get a few minutes to myself, I practice writing letters or memorizing their sounds. When I have to write down titles that are being checked out, I pay more attention to what exactly I'm writing. I'm pleased to notice that it goes faster now than it did before. I still have a long way to go, but I can feel myself making progress with every word I finish. That sense of pride helps motivate me to keep trying. Even when I'm away from the desk, tidying things up or putting books away, I try to think about letters and words. It's nice to have something to focus on rather than just trying to find ways to fill the hours. Just as I settle back down to work after a quick lunch, Juliet comes down from her room with a folded parasol in hand. With a calm nod of greeting, she walks up and joins me behind the desk.
Hey! You're up early.
Yes, I had some daylight errands to attend to. How are you doing, Miho?
Maybe it's not an immediate choice. I thought it was pretty...
Check it out.
Oh, that's the line that Rat uses for for an alert. I show her one of my worksheets, which is really just a blank piece of paper. On it, I've written my name over and over to practice. The first few, okay, most of them, are fairly messy. I think I get the hang of it by the end of the page, though, and those ones are more legible. I offer the paper to Juliet, who looks over it with a smile.
Great job! I'm very proud of you.
Thanks. I'm proud of me too. What kind of errands are you running? Need any help?
Not this time. I'm just making a couple deliveries that can't wait until the evening. Will you be alright here by yourself?
Yep. I think I've got the hang of everything by now.
I'm pretty used to handling my duties on my own. If there ever was a problem, wouldn't be hard to go find Juliet to get her help. That hasn't happened yet, thankfully.
Excellent. I know I've said it before, but you've been a great help around the library. I appreciate your hard work.
Oh, it's not that hard. Besides, it gives me something to do.
That's nice to hear. But don't forget to take some time for yourself, and have fun every now and then, though.
I think that's some advice that Juliet herself should follow more often, but I keep that opinion to myself.
I will. Actually, I'm going to the museum after this.
Oh, this is where the museum is, okay. It's hot as fuck in here, by the way.
Aspen told
But
me
it's
there's
not as
something
bad as
all
last
about
night.
Korea going on there. So, I'm hoping maybe I'll learn something useful.
Useful?
Yeah, like about my person.
Oh, I see.
Juliet gives me the same small smile that Aspen did when I mentioned my person yesterday. I know they think it's probably hopeless, but I can't give up. I don't understand how they don't understand, since both of them always talk about caring for those close to you and making lasting bonds. Still, Aspen and Juliet have done too much for me to hold that against them.
Well, I wish you the very best of luck. You know you can always ask me for help if you need any.
I know. Thanks.
Anytime. I'm going to head out now, but I'll make sure to come back early enough for you to go to Tipapa.
Sounds good. I'll keep studying and working until then. Bye!
Goodbye, Miho.
So I think it's this scene, the Tipapa, and then we have the scene with Juliet. And then Aspen asks us on a date, and we have a choice, maybe? Or does Aspen ask us on a date before we have the scene with Juliet, maybe? I know it's coming up here very soon. As Juliet goes out the front door, she pops her parasol open to protect her from the sun, then strolls out and joins the day's crowds. I stare at the now closed door, thinking. I wonder if either Aspen or Juliet has ever felt the same about someone as I have about my person. It's a hard way to describe. Hard feeling to describe. It's something warm. I may have forgotten a lot over the years, but I've never forgotten their face or their voice, the way they smelled, like charcoal and paint. All those things are too important to forget. It's kept me going my whole life. It's been my entire reason for existence. At least until arriving in Wellington, anyway. Even with my new life here, I can't just abandon my old one. Not entirely. Maybe they just don't know how much it means to me. I couldn't blame them, since I've told them all about how little I cared about everything else. Maybe they think it's like a hobby, something to pursue when I have nothing else to do. But even here in the library, surrounded by friends and busying myself with a job, not a day goes by where I don't think of that forest back in Korea and my person. It's okay if Aspen and Juliet don't understand. They don't need to. It's important to me, and that's all that matters. So far, they've supported me in whatever I do. In fact, when I think about those two, I feel a similar way as when I think about my person. That warm, safe feeling. It's not exactly the same, but it's close. I don't think that's a coincidence. Oh, it sure ain't a coincidence, buddy. There have been lots of new feelings that I don't quite have the words for. Like so many other parts of myself, I'm still figuring them out. That may take time, but I have plenty of it. Realizing that I've zoned out, I pull myself away from my thoughts and get back to focusing on work and studying. I may have lots of time, but I need to make sure I use it well. Only an hour or two later, I look up from my work to see Juliet returning from her errands. Folding up her parasol, she soon joins me at the front desk again.
Hello again, Miho. I tried to hurry back so you'd have plenty of time at the museum. You can go ahead and head off. I can handle the library for the rest of the day.
Cool! Thanks.
Cool.
I tried to clean up and do as much as I could before you got back.
Thank you. I appreciate it. Enjoy yourself. You'll have to tell me all about it when you get back.
Will do.
I put away my study materials in my room and then, with a big thumbs up to Juliet, leave the library.
Fresh air again.
Since I've been spending so much time inside since I started working, my walks and time outside are more refreshing than they used to be. The birds singing sound prettier, the scent of food wafting up from town smells tastier, and I'll bet even the grass would feel softer if I was in my fox form to feel it. It's been a long time since I've transformed, now that I think about it. I need to stay focused for today, though. With the museum as the only thing on my mind, I pick up my pace as I walk into Wellington, heading along the now familiar streets. I pass by the Bell House and glance inside, but I don't see Aspen. She mentioned she'd be working late today, so she must be in the back, maybe on a break. I followed the directions she gave me yesterday until I reach the building that has to be my destination. It's big, with parts that go off in all different directions. Near the front, there are two sections flanking the entrance. One is round and tan, while the other is made of darker stone and looks more blocky. It's a bit intimidating, but seeing a few people heading in and out is reassuring. I'd have to see if this is what Te Papa looks like actually in Wellington, but I imagine it's pretty similar to this. Taking a breath to steady myself, I stride on up. The entrance has a huge glass ceiling with glass doors that slide open when I approach them. I don't even have to pay or sneak in.
Whoa.
The moment I step inside, I can safely say that I've never been in a place like this before. It looks big from the outside, but from the inside, it's huge.
How am I gonna find the crane exhibit?
I don't even know where to look first. Different paths lead to different types of displays, and I can see floors and elevators going all the way up to the top. A family walks by me, following a big arrow that points deeper into the building. Without any better ideas, I decide to take the same route. I'm sure I could ask someone where the exhibit is, but I'll look around on my own first. If I can't find it for a while, then I'll ask for help. I start to wander about once inside, looking for anything that I might recognize from Korea. To my surprise, there's plenty of other exhibits that also end up catching my eye. In one section, a variety of sea life, fish, turtles, and others hang from wires above everything else. They look so lifelike that I think they're real animals at first, but after staring closely, I can see they're just models. It's like in the Boston Museum of Science. I've gone there quite a few times because it's not really far from me. It's quite easy for me to go to like the Boston Museum actually, and they always have like a beautiful animal-related exhibit there, animal and like dinosaurs and stuff. Another part of the museum is filled with skeletons of what look like giant monsters. I can't even imagine what kind of creatures they once were. Maybe dragons? I want to go to the Dragon Museum. Spotting a panel with some illustrations, I skip over for a quick look. They aren't dragons, but they look awfully close. I've only seen a dragon once or twice in my life, but I've never seen one of these. Other sections are dedicated to human fable civilizations. They are recreations of old human houses, as well as diagrams showing fairy homes and werewolf dens, plus plenty of others. Where's Holden? If Holden needs to know how to recognize a werewolf den. Because, never mind. A tour guide walks to a small group as I walk around, explaining this and that. I go a little slower through this part, feeling a little nostalgic. Yeah, don't worry about the werewolf fetish. I even recognized some human technology and knickknacks from long ago. I had no idea they were old enough to be part of the museum now. There's even a big memorial to the war, showing humans and fabled fighting against one another. At the front is a painting of when the peace treaty was signed, which was the start of humanity and fabled coexisting. It's funny because after this we played Coffee Talk, where vampires and werewolves had a war, and then they started coexisting. And of course we get Asterion and not Gale. Not Gabe. What's Gala? I was around back then, but I stayed out of it. Just like I stayed out of most things. Honestly, the history doesn't interest me too much, but I'm pretty sure Juliet would love to see this. I can't believe I didn't make the connection of Astarion and Gale in that situation. When it was the vampire dude and Hyde and Gala. I can't believe that. I'm sure Juliet would love to see this. I'm sure she already has at some point. Just when I'm thinking about giving up and asking for help, I finally find what I'm looking for. A large banner with some text that I recognize as Hangul, the Korean writing system, is hanging over a number of displays, display cases, and tabletop exhibits. Wait, tabletop exhibits? I want to see some old D&D stuff. Wait, I have old D&D stuff though. I actually have an AD&D rulebook from, well, it's a reprint of a 1977 one, but I'm not gonna grab it now. I hurry over to get a closer look. Yeah. It's quieter up here than it was on some of the other floors. I'm choking. Hold on. Nerd, I know. I haven't gotten a hydrate in 2 hours. I'm choking on my dick. At the same time, my heart starts to beat faster with anticipation. I may not know what I'm searching for, but I'm sure I'll know what I'm seeing. Well, I can't have been the only person to choke on dick at Tapapa. I start at the entrance and slowly make my way through. The first section is full of pottery and carvings, like from the brochure Aspen gave me. There are little animals and people carved out of stone, and even a few made of metal. A number of clay pots and vases sit on pedestals next to them. Most are cracked or damaged, but some look as good as new. Moving on to the next part, there are a few intricate-looking outfits adorning mannequins. Some are just vividly covered dresses that hang to the floor. I can almost feel the delicate silk in my hands. If I was still a thief, I bet these would sell for a lot. After the clothes are paintings. Tigers and birds are common subjects, but so are people in cities too. Others feature gorgeous landscapes and flowers. Are there any tigers in Korea, or are they only in, like, southwestern parts of China? I've never been a fan of art, but somehow these are different. Looking at them doesn't make me feel sad, but it does make me feel something. Like I'm wanting something I can't have. Suddenly it comes to me. A feeling I've heard about, but that I don't think I've ever experienced before. Homesickness. The painting of a green forest could be the one where I was born. I passed through towns that looked like those in the paintings, and hid from humans who looked like the ones shown inside them. Not all the memories are good ones, but they're mine. There's not much that I can relate to nowadays in terms of people or places. I have friends now, sure, but I don't have much in common with them. It's never mattered before, but now. I wish I could reach out and touch the paintings before me, just to feel something from the same era as me. Of course, they're behind ropes which keep me well back. I reluctantly start to move on again, just as I do. A certain painting catches my eye. It's small and displayed out of the way in a corner, as if nobody thought that it was important. The edges are jagged and torn, but the crucial part is still there. On one side, there's a fox surrounded by trees and leaves. Its fur is a different color than mine, but it's still clearly a fox. Just across from it is a human-like figure. She's dressed in an outfit similar to the ones I was just admiring. But that's not what stands out the most to me. On her head are 2 pointy ears, and several long bushy tails peek out from the bottom of her dress. When I look at the fox again, I notice that it also has more than one tail. I breathe in deeply, as if I could inhale the scent of the forest just from this artwork. Another Gumio? I take in all the details I can. She's smiling, but a sharp fang makes her smile look sinister. The hand at her side has long claws instead of regular fingernails. Claws that are clearly meant for ripping. Whatever she's looking and smiling at is missing, being part of the torn section. There's just a body part that remains. A pair of boots on the ground, surrounded by the edge of what must be a pool of blood. Only then do I notice the blood around her lips and on the ground beneath her claws. And then the unmistakable bone-white bead hanging from a string around her neck. It's glowing like the moon. I instinctively raise a hand to my neck, feeling my own bead. It's reassuringly warm to the touch. Somehow, I get the feeling that the one in the painting would be ice cold. This portrait of a Gumio leaves me conflicted. There's the same longing I felt looking at the painting of the forest, but those claws and the blood, those feel foreign and detached. Is this how most people view Gumio? It would explain the fear and terror that seemed to follow me wherever I went when I was younger, the curses and threats from farmers and townsfolk whenever they saw me. It wasn't until after the war, when fabled became more common in human lands, that I felt comfortable without my ears and tail hidden. Even then, I'd sometimes get dirty looks just for existing. The threats were usually reserved for when I got caught stealing. Still, I've never been like the Gumio in the painting. Stealing is one thing, but hurting someone? That just isn't me. I wish I'd been able to explain that to them. I wonder how different my life would have been. I tear my eyes away from the painting, but I know that I'll be thinking about it for a long time to come. There's no point dwelling on what could have been. I pass through the rest of the Korean exhibit quickly, barely glancing at artifacts I haven't seen yet. It isn't until I've nearly left the gallery that I see something that makes me pause again. In a small and unremarkable display case among many others are a number of delicate scrolls. On each one, a few old style Korean characters are written. I don't think they're Hangul, but I don't know what they're called. They do look familiar, though. I left my own scroll back at home for safekeeping, but I don't need it for me to compare. The sweep of the brush strokes, the shape of the characters, the shade of the ink. Closing my eyes and breathing in deeply, I swear I can smell them. My person. I love this song. I pressed my hand against the glass. This is the closest I've been in hundreds of years. After centuries of looking, I finally...
Hey, no touching!
I leap backwards as someone shouts. I look around to see a woman wearing a badge and a museum t-shirt stalking towards me angrily. My instincts, I thought I'd buried, kick in. It's time to run. Backing up, I look around for a getaway route, but there isn't one. I'm surrounded on almost all sides by cases. The only open direction is the one the attendant is approaching from. Think, Mio, think. There has to be a way out of this. Can I jump over the displays? No, they're way too tall. Maybe if I transformed, I could get past the attendant. I have no idea how to navigate this building, though, and being a fox would attract way too much attention in a place like this. If I wait for them to get close, then I could probably run right past them, like the security guard when I first arrived in Wellington. Heart racing, my panic must show on my face, because they stop a couple meters away from me frowning.
Hey, it's not that big a deal. Just please keep your hands off in the future.
With a shrug, they turn around, leaving me alone. That's it? My hands are shaking as I watch them retreat, expecting them to snap around and come after me. Of course that doesn't happen, and I'm slowly able to relax. All I'm left feeling afterwards is a lot of embarrassment. Looking around me, I'm glad that there aren't many people in this area. Nobody's looking at me either, whether out of politeness or because they just didn't notice. My face is burning red, and I look down at the scrolls again just to hide it. I sigh. Maybe it was silly of me to think that I could change myself entirely in such a short time. Considering I'd just been remembering the old days and all the abuse that I went through from humans, it makes some sense. After I settled myself down a little, I turned my attention to what's really important. While I know that these scrolls have to be from my person, they don't help me much on their own. There's a little card in one corner of the case covered in text. It might have something useful written on it, but that doesn't do me any good. I consider trying to copy it all down to have Aspen or Juliet read it to me later, but there's so many words that I'm not sure I could get them all. I gulp, looking over at the museum attendant who I was so scared of just a moment ago. I do have one option. Summoning all my courage, I approach them slowly. You're just a regular person, I remind myself, like Aspen or Juliet. Or even like me now, just doing their job.
Excuse me?
I hope that's polite enough. As she looks over to me, her face doesn't look annoyed, more bored.
Can I help you? I'm sorry for touching the glass. I was wondering if you could tell me a bit about those papers, like, who wrote them?
Like I said, it's no big deal. It's just a safety precaution so nothing gets damaged. Anyway, there's an informational plaque in the corner. It should have all those details.
Would they believe me if I said I can't read? I worried that might make me even more suspicious.
Can't see very well, and the words are so small. Can you read it for me?
Oh, sure. Let's see.
That was almost too easy. They don't question or analyze me at all, simply walking over and leaning in next to me.
Says here these were some of the first works by a calligrapher whose name was Jong-in in the 17th century. They were a scholar who lived in Korea and...
It's kind of like, it's kind of a bit bitier than a J. If you're, like, with the character that I assume it is, it's a little bit more of a ch than a J. It's like Jong-in. I don't know if that comes across very well over microphone. But it's a bitey J. The attendant keeps reading, but I'm not listening. I've already gotten what I came for. A name. Jongin. For the first time, I have something to call them. Something that's unmistakably theirs. I pretend to listen to the rest of what's being read out loud and thank the person on autopilot for what they've done. My head's not here in the present moment, it's back in the forest where I was born. Once they've walked away, I say it out loud, trying out how it sounds. I think it fits them. I say it over and over again, making sure I'll never forget. Finally, I have something to go on. Feeling a little bit dazed from the enormity of the moment, I find my way downstairs and wander out of the museum. I can't wait to tell Juliet and Aspen. I'm so excited that I end up missing my turn to take me back. I end up missing my turn to take me back to the library, lost in thoughts about what'll happen when I get there instead. I don't even realize that I was zoned out until I reached the edge of Mount Victoria, right where the city streets turn to parkland. Oh, right, it's a scene.
Oops. Good thing I can find my way back from here.
I'm still within the area that I visited before, so I'll be able to use the mountain as a landmark to find my way back. I hummed to myself as I turned back, head abuzz with pleasant thoughts. If I gave Juliet my person's name, I'm sure she could help me track them down. That's what she specializes in, after all. And I'm sure Aspen will want to hear all about their life too. She loves stories, and I'm sure Jongin will have a lot. I'm not sure how they'll feel about seeing me again. I doubt they ever expected it to happen. They'll definitely be surprised that I'm not just the fox they met back then, but a person now. I have a feeling they'll at least be as glad as I am. I'm maybe halfway home before I realize I'm not alone. The prickling sensation on the back of my neck is unmistakable. My instincts are telling me that someone else is nearby. I'm still near the mountain, but it's practically empty here. I can hear the sounds of other people in the distance, but they're all hidden by the trees and hills. I whip my head back and forth, but try as I might, I can't work out where they are. It's a strange and disconcerting feeling, given how easily I can pick up even the smallest animals. Then, from the corner of my eye, I spot a bush slightly shuffling. Just as I turn to take a proper look, the silver fox I saw the other day steps out of it.
Oh, it's just you.
I start to bend down and reach out a hand, like I would to pet a dog. Hesitate. I know from experience that a fox wouldn't respond to that. I'm surprised she hasn't run away already. That's what I would have done. She stares at me without the slightest movement, her eyes locked in mine. My heart jumps as the hairs on the back of my head stand up. Back my neck, not head. Something is off. Then, without taking her eyes off me, she starts to transform. I barely have time to be shocked as her arms and legs get longer and their fur retracts, head shrinking and changing into something more human-like. For the first time in my life, I'm face to face with another Gumio. My throat tightens and goes dry, just like mine IRL. Let me take a sip real quick. It's okay, you all love looking at silver anyway. My vision narrows and my ears start ringing in shock. It's as if all the world has fallen away, except for me and her. The silver and black clothes she's wearing seem to shiver in the moonlight, like the skin of a snake waiting to strike. Hanging loosely on her frame, the wrapped fabrics around her body and face make her appear almost formless. Her only accessory is a bracelet around her wrist. It's a plain leather band, but a shining white bead is held in the middle by another loop of leather. I recognize that bead. I have one just like it. Well, almost like it. Whereas mine is duller, milky color. Hers is so bright that it almost hurts to look at. The soft blue glow around it reminds me of the full moon. It's almost like she stepped out of the painting I saw at the museum. A shawl covers most of her face, but her hair and eyes are still visible. Those intense eyes. Her gaze reminds me of steel. While they're the same shape as mine, they're sharper, angrier, crueler. She haughtily tosses her long flowing hair back as she takes a step towards me. I skip back, keeping the distance between us. When I lived in the forest, I knew how to flee when I met a predator stronger than I was. Better to get away alive than risk my life for pride. My survival instinct tells me this is one of those times. The other Gumio laughs, but there's no humor in it. Sharp and hollow, it only makes me more uneasy.
So, the human pet still knows when to run.
Damn, that's hot. Also, this, for those of you who don't know, this is the same voice actor as Miho.
The human... what? Pet. I've been watching you for a while. Ever since you came to this place, actually. Watched you demean and domesticate yourself for the sake of humans. It's pathetic. When you first arrived,
Calling me
I was
pathetic.
hopeful that we might be alike. Optimistic, even. I was a fool. I see you now for what you are. Nothing better than a dog, begging for its master's affection and table scraps.
You know, Ralph, maybe I can understand how Ray feels actually. And I'm in love with the villainess.
We are not the same. We are nothing alike.
Her words hang in the air, poisoning my good mood from just moments ago. My first instinct is to run away as usual. Something stops me though. I'm entranced. The novelty of this experience of finally meeting another Gumio keeps me rooted in place despite my fear. No matter what she's like, this is the closest I've ever been to someone like me. I swallow the lump in my throat and hope that my voice doesn't shake as much as I think it will.
So what? Did you ambush me just to say that? Ambush? You should have known weeks ago that I was following you. But I repeat myself. You've numbed yourself to your instincts and your potential. I saw you in that place of memories. Saw you gaze upon the portrait of one of our sisters. I hoped that you would open your eyes, as you haven't before. It pains me to see your existence do disservice to our very kind.
Yeah, keep insulting me.
Now that you have seen what you could and should be, perhaps you can still change yourself, dog. Sharpen your teeth and claws once more.
That, at the end of the game, it's going to be DAWG.
These creatures that you bind yourself to, those human and those not, they are but shackles, slowly squeezing away
that which is wild and free in you.
Would you like me to do a dramatic reading of Silver's lines for you? Let me drink. Let me drink a little bit for a second here. They are but shackles, slowly squeezing away that which is wild and free in you.
Do not mistake my
There you
words
go.
for sympathy or pity. I would see you gone from this place. But so long as you remain, your presence is an eyesore. It pains me to witness.
Yeah, keep insulting me.
Thus, I will do what I must to cure it, as unpleasant a task as it may be.
Thank you for the hydrate. Are you throwing me a hydrate because you're getting thirsty?
You will never be one of them, no matter how much you might crave it. Better to embrace what you are and can be. Anything else is a waste of your abilities.
She studies me a moment longer and then turns away. I feel like I should say something, but I can't find the words. Whether from shock or fear, I'm too dazed to do so much as stammer out a denial. Her clothes melt away into silver fur as she transforms back into a fox. I reach out to stop her, but she flits off and disappears into the darkness without a moment's hesitation. The world around me rushes in, my skin suddenly feeling cold in the night air. The rush of emotions going through my head evaporates, and the adrenaline that was running through me ebbs away. I'm left just standing there, alone. Closing my eyes, I muster the strength that I haven't tapped into in weeks. My bead warms itself as I transform, my body following the same motions of the other Gumios. I try to start chasing her, but my first steps on 4 legs are shaky. I've grown unfamiliar with the swarm, almost stumbling over it just trying to move. Maybe there's a bit of truth in what she said. I take a few more steps towards the brush, but soon give up. Even if I caught up with her, what would I say? What would I do? I'd only make a fool of myself. There's a scent on the wind that I couldn't notice as a human, but is unmissable as a fox. I recognize it immediately. From a long time ago, on one of my first mornings here, when I first woke from my den near the mountain and stepped outside and knew that someone had been there. It was her. She really was following me from the beginning. For a long moment, I watched the place where she disappeared, then I transformed back. I don't really feel like a fox right now. I don't know what I'm feeling. Some of what she said is true. I haven't used my talents in a long, long time. My clumsiness when I'm in my fox form, my own original body, is a reminder of that. But as for degrading myself for the sake of others, that doesn't feel true. I've spent my entire life living free and for only myself. It's always been my choice to remain here and not to be forgotten. So why do her words sting so much? If I was totally confident in my decision, then they shouldn't bother me, right? Maybe I've forgotten more of myself than I know. The painting at the museum and the other Gumio herself proved that there's something different about me. Something that must come easily to everyone else. The same way all aspects of daily life at home don't come easily to me either. I feel disconnected, torn between 2 worlds that I barely know but can't help being drawn into. Where do I fit in? Where do I belong? I know what Juliet and Aspen would say, but does that make it true? Their home hasn't been my home for long. I've been a thief and a liar for so much longer than I've been whatever I am now. Without anything else to gain here, I slowly start to make my way back home again. The excitement I felt about telling Juliet and Aspen everything I found at the museum has vanished. It'll have to wait for another time. After a quiet walk through the empty streets to the library, I quietly slink inside, trying to keep Juliet from noticing. I just don't feel like talking right now. It seems to work. I can hear her bustling around somewhere, but she doesn't call out to me when I come in. Without a word, I ascend the stairs to my room and quickly and quietly as I can climb under the covers. That was a nice 4-way alliteration. It's far too early to get into bed, but I don't know what else to do. If I'm awake, my thoughts will only be a bother. Better to sleep it off and hope I feel better in the morning. Yesterday's events, both the good and bad, linger in my mind while I perform my usual routine of tossing and turning in the bed before I get up. Now that the shock is worn off, I feel a little better about what's happened. I wonder if I'll have forgotten all about the other Gumio by the end of the day. In fact, now that I think about it, it's possible I'd met other Gumio before and just forgot about them. Everyone forgets meeting me, so maybe it works in reverse too. Rather than dwell on the idea, I choose to ignore it. There's no way to know. It just drives myself crazy wondering. Instead, I keep myself busy by making myself more presentable for work. Heading into the bathroom, I clean myself up using the soaps and shampoos given to me by Juliet. She's helped me so much ever since I started working here. Looking into the mirror for one final check before I head downstairs for breakfast, I can't help think of what the other Gumio said. I've domesticated myself. My spotless face looks back at me, framed by fluffy and pampered hair. I can't deny that I let myself be spoiled by others, content to just go along for the ride.
Snap out of it, Miho.
I lightly pat my face, like I've seen Aspen do sometimes when she's getting ready to start her own job. I'm not sure what it's supposed to accomplish, but it does make me feel a bit more confident. Heading downstairs, I'm treated to the familiar scent of fresh cut fruit and frying eggs. There's a three-way alliteration. See, I've been looking out for alliteration but not saying it for a while, but ever since that four-way alliteration, as well as the pleasant sound of Aspen and Juliet chatting about books. When I enter the kitchen, I'm greeted with two smiles.
Morning, Miho.
Good morning.
Good morning. Breakfast will be ready soon.
Cool.
I slide into my usual spot at the table and grab some apple slices, munching on those while waiting for the other two to get back to their conversation. Instead, both of them look at me expectantly.
So, how'd it go?
The museum?
Of course. What else?
Was everything all right? When I didn't hear from you last night, I was fearing the worst.
Oh, nah. It was fine. They even had what I was looking for. There were some more scrolls by my person.
There's a loud clatter as Aspen drops her fork in surprise. Even Juliet's eyes go wide with genuine shock.
There were?
Are you sure it was them?
Yep, definitely. I'd recognize that style anywhere. I learned a lot about them. Their name is Tongyin, and they're a scholar. I don't know what they study, though. The museum person didn't say.
For a long moment, there's silence, other than the sound of eggs sizzling in the pan. Both my friends just stare at me dumbstruck.
What are those looks for?
You seem awfully calm. I assumed you must not have found anything, or you'd have been back immediately.
Yeah, well, there was some other stuff that happened too. I'll tell you about it some other time.
It's tempting to tell them about the Gumio, if only because I know they'd reassure me about everything she said. But that's why I can't tell them. Not yet. In a way, I'd just be proving her right.
Well, alright.
We'll be here whenever you need us.
Yeah, Juliet knows.
Thanks. Is breakfast ready?
Yes, just now. Here you go.
Juliet fills our plates and takes her seat, and we all dig in. It's a quieter meal than usual, with only the sounds of chewing and silverware scraping against the dishes. I feel like Juliet and Aspen are having a conversation in their silence. Of course they'd expect more from me. I'd expect more from me too. And right after leaving the museum, I was that excited. I am still excited, of course. It's just been tempered a little. I still plan to talk to Aspen and Juliet to help me get in touch with Tongyin. But I want to wait until I can do it with a clear head. Once everyone's finished eating, I gather up the dirty dishes and take them to the sink, while Juliet washes the pans and Aspen wipes down the tables. Another routine morning.
I'll see you two later. Thanks for breakfast.
My pleasure, as always.
Bye!
With that, Aspen politely takes her leave and heads out the door. Juliet and I go to the library, ready to start the day. Or end it in her case. I head to my spot behind the front desk and begin getting ready. The checkout sheets, my pens and pencils, my study materials, and so on.
Are you all set, Miho?
Yep, I've got everything I need.
Wonderful. Well, I'll leave you to it then. Have a good day.
You too. Sleep well.
From the way Juliet lingers halfway between me and the stairs, I can tell she wants to say or ask something else, but she thinks the better of it, simply giving me a smile before heading to her room. I whistle, I throw open the curtains and unlock the door. By the time I've returned to the counter, ready for the first patrons to arrive, I even manage a light melody. I've been practicing my whistling a lot lately, as a way to spend time all alone. Oh, I was trying to whistle with my fingers again. But I can't seem to do it. Like, I'm trying right now. Yeah, I can't seem to get any sound out of it. But also, I don't want to, like, try to keep whistling with my fingers for long periods of time because it's going to make me lightheaded. But, you know, I just had the impulse again to try. Fucking Titus making it seem so easy. Aspen tried to show me how, but she's not very good at it either. I'm pretty sure I'm already better than she is. The sound of it reminds me of the birds back in my home forest. Before long, patrons start to arrive, and I soon have a list of things to do. Books to check in and out, books to return, books to search for. It keeps me good and busy. The hours pass by in blissful normalness, and I don't have a single thing to complain about. We can do whatever the fuck we want right now, so where are we going? Where do you guys want to go? I think last time we went to the botanical garden around this point. I think that's what we did last time. I wouldn't mind, maybe the Bell End Cafe. Okay, you're thinking the same thing? Bell End Cafe, let's go. I noticed from pictures all around the cafe that they're advertising some new kind of drink that has bananas and chocolate in it. Feeling a little burned out on my usual, I decide to be adventurous. Can I get that one? I point at one of the advertising pictures by the counter. Oh, the banana slamma frappe. Oh, we did this. Banana slamma frappe-orama? The employee grimaces a little while she says it, as if embarrassed to have even uttered it all. She quickly adds, "The name is a work in progress. Aspen asked me what I wanted to name the new frap, and I said it was all I could think of on the spot. I'm really sorry." I don't know what apologizing to me will really do. I just kind of smile and shrug, handing her my money. Needless to say, the next time I visit the Bell House, all the signs for the new drink are mysteriously gone. I think that was the one where we saved beforehand, and then I went and, I did, a bunch of them. Maybe? Because I remember that, and I also think that we tried going to the botanical garden, too. It's a rainy Thursday morning, and the library is as dead as I've ever seen it. Even Aspen didn't come by this morning, simply because she didn't want to get soaked. Yeah, seeing Miho will make her soaked, alright. We'll see each other later instead. The only patrons here are the ones who don't mind the weather, so I had to make sure they don't drip on any of the books before she went to bed for the day. Juliet left a bundle of towels near the door for anyone who needs one. At least it makes my works easier, and the slow day means I have extra time to study. I'm able to remember most of the letters by now, and even read a few words. I haven't told Juliet or Aspen about my progress because I want to surprise them with it later. After an hour or so, I set aside my pencil and gaze out the window, with my chin resting on my palm.
Huh. It stopped.
It's still cloudy outside, but the worst of the rain seems to be over. I get up and walk to the window, looking around at the soggy heat. Oh, I know what scene this is. I leap backwards in surprise as something suddenly splats against the glass in front of me.
Whoa!
At first, it looks like a puddle of water stuck to the window. but then it starts to wiggle. I stare in confusion as a pitiful-looking face forms in the middle, then frowns at me. Suddenly it hits me what I'm looking at. This must be a water elemental. I've never seen one for myself before now. They usually hang out in rivers or lakes, but I've heard they'll sometimes come out to dry land when it's raining. That must be what this one did. Now that it's stopped raining, though...
Oh no, you could dry up.
Just like a fire elemental can die if its flames go out, a water elemental like this could be in trouble if it doesn't stay wet. Saying, the weather might still be damp, but the sun is starting to poke through the clouds.
Okay, wait right there. I'll go find something.
I don't know if it can understand me or even hear it all, but I wave at the window and hold up one finger to try to show that I'll be right back. After a quick peek to make sure there's no patrons waiting, I hurry to the kitchen and dig through the cabinets, hoping to find a pot or something that's big enough. Okay, thank you for the hydrate. Also, yeah, it's this into the scene with Juliet. And also, the scene with Juliet's long, so I'm not sure if we'll do the scene with Juliet tonight or the next time we play. The biggest one Juliet has is the one that she uses to make pasta, and even that might be too small. Plus, I'm not sure she'd want the taste of the water elemental to be there every time she tries to make spaghetti.
Where else?
I could just wake up Juliet and ask her, but I should really try to solve this myself before bothering her. Instead, I start hunting through the other rooms for something that might help. There's nothing in the bathroom or the library area. When I check the dining room for a second time, however, I notice a big bowl on top of a shelf that I haven't seen before.
Perfect.
I have to stand on one of the chairs to reach it, but I grab the bowl and fill it half full with tap water before hurrying back to the window. The elemental is still stuck there, like a very sad bumper sticker. It already looks a little smaller, but it ripples with excitement when it sees me, its frown shifting to a watery smile. I head out the front door and skip around to the window, squelching through the wet grass as I go.
Here you go. Come on.
Holding out the bowl to the window, I gently brush the elemental in. To my surprise, it doesn't feel like touching regular water. Instead, it's thicker and a bit sticky, like jelly. The elemental starts to slide into— we got a sticky boy over here. Elemental starts to slide into the bowl in bubbles, which I hope is a good sign. It doesn't mix with the water in the bowl, but instead kind of hovers, with the water both above and below it. It gets itself fully into the bowl, it almost fills up. The water sloshes over the edge and onto my hands, leaving the bowl almost dry except for the elemental itself. The bubbles stop, and an uncertain-looking face peers at me from the bottom.
Alright. Let's get you inside and figure something else out.
I hold the bowl as steady as I can, and try not to spill any more as I go back to the library. Just like the guests at the library, I have to make sure not to get the books wet. Wait, you have to make sure the guests don't get wet either? There's an empty side table near one of the reading chairs, so I set the bowl down there. The elemental seems fine for now, but it looks worried again. It reminds me a lot of Aspen.
I'm not sure what else
Because
to
it's
try.
worried. I rack my brain, trying to think of something I might have missed in the bathroom or kitchen.
Wait! That bathroom! That's it!
Kneeling down in front of the bowl, I try to reassure the elemental, which is doing its best to stay absolutely still and not slosh.
Okay, don't go anywhere. If you even can.
Running to the bathroom, I plug up the bath and start to set the faucet to max.
This ought to work for a bit.
Leaving the water running, I go back and retrieve the bowled elemental. This time I end up spilling more of the water, but luckily it only hits the ground. The tub is only about half full by the time we get back. It should be perfect. I turn off the faucet and carefully pour the elemental in.
How's that?
There's a stream of excited bubbles.
Cool. Sit tight, and I'll find something we can use to get you back to the river.
More bubbles. Quickly, but not in as big a rush as before, I resume my search on the second floor. Because this place is so big, there are still a few rooms that I've never seen. I'm pretty sure Juliet wouldn't mind me going in, since I'm trying to help someone out. My first room that I try is a closet, filled with towels and bed sheets and laundry stuff. That other room after that is locked.
That's weird.
I tried the knob again in case it was just stuck.
Nope, definitely locked.
I wonder what's in there. I've never paid much attention to that door before since it's so far from my room. I dropped to all fours to try to see under the door, but it's too narrow to see anything. Another nearby door isn't locked, and even better, it isn't a closet. Aside from the doorway, which isn't particularly bright, it's pitch black when I step inside. I flick on the light switch, but the bulb fizzles and dies right away. It only takes a moment for my eyes to adjust to the darkness, and what had first been dark smudges turn out to be a bunch of boxes and assorted junk. A storage room. The whole place is covered in dust. I guess Juliet doesn't come in here either. Peeking into one of the boxes, it's filled with old kids' toys, like dolls and stuffed animals. Another one has folded up clothes. Just as I'm about to give up and try another room, a half-covered object in the corner catches my eye. A heavy blanket is draped over a glass box, which is full of more random junk. I haul it out and remove the blanket, smiling at my find. It's a big fish tank, just like the ones I saw at the museum.
Score!
After turning it over to shake out as much of the dust and debris as I can, I triumphantly take the tank to the kitchen sink to rinse out before hauling to the bathroom.
Look what I found!
When I set the tank on the edge of the tub, the elemental floats up to the top of the bath and ripples. It takes some maneuvering to hold the tank under the faucet, but eventually I'm able to figure it out and fill it up. Then I use the bowl from before to scoop up the elemental and dump it into the tank.
Perfect, right?
More ripples and bubbles.
Okay, let's get you to the river.
I wrap my arms around the fish tank and lift. And nearly tear my arms off.
That's heavy.
I didn't notice when I was just getting the tank set up, but with all that water in it, it weighs a ton. It's way too heavy for me to carry to the front door, much less all the way to the river.
This could be a problem.
It seems so perfect, so lucky. Even after dumping out some of the water, I still can't carry it. Sitting down on the tile floor, I sigh. The elemental floats dejectedly.
Miho? What's going on? I heard the sinks and bathtub running.
Juliet is standing in the doorway as I look up, wearing a look of concern on her face.
Hey! It was raining earlier, right? Well, there was this water elemental on the window. I tried to bring it inside so it wouldn't dry up while I worked out how to get it back to the river, but now I can't carry this huge fish tank that I found.
A fish tank? Where'd that come from?
It was in one of the storage rooms, along with a bunch of kids' stuff. I'm guessing they came from the library's children's section.
No. Juliet purses her lips, and I feel my heartbeat start to quicken like it always does when I'm in trouble.
Sorry if you didn't want me to go in there. I didn't know what that room was or what I was even looking for until I found the tank.
She's so sad sounding. Juliet's frown deepens, but it doesn't sound like she's angry. More like she's sad.
No need to apologize. You've done nothing wrong. Although...
I wait for her to finish her sentence, but it doesn't happen.
Although...
Never mind. It's nothing. Let's focus on helping our friend here first.
She reaches into the tank and scoops a handful of the water before dripping it back onto the floating elemental. The creature seems to enjoy it, as far as I can tell.
Any ideas?
An idea comes to mind after you mentioned that storage room. I'll be right back.
Oh, you didn't see this part? Okay.
Okay.
Well, I hate to say this, but the scene after this, if you missed it before, you don't want to miss it again. I'll just say that much. I sit back and relax as Juliet departs. I'm glad she didn't get upset at all, because something was definitely bugging her. I wonder what it was. That said, we're not gonna have time for the scene after this today. After a couple of minutes, I pick up the sound of something rolling down the stairs. I stand up and poke my head out the door and spot Juliet pulling a red wagon behind her. It has a rope handle that isn't very large, but it should have more than enough space for the tank.
Whoa, you're a genius!
With a smile, Juliet parks the wagon next to the bathtub.
As I said, you were the one who gave me the idea. Would you mind helping me lift it onto the wagon?
Sure.
We each take another end and carefully move the tank. Juliet also brought a number of tight straps. Juliet! To help keep it in place. Once it's all set up, the elemental is safe and secure. I kneel down to get my face level with the glass.
How do you like that?
This time the elemental shifts into the biggest grin I've ever seen.
Looks like we've got a winner.
Wonderful. If I watch the library, would you mind taking it back home? You're welcome to borrow an umbrella.
No problem. Be back soon.
Taking a towel and umbrella for myself from the front door, I lead the elemental outside and onto the path. It's cloudy out, and more gray than blue. But at least it's not raining right now. Still, I don't want to waste any time.
Is anywhere in the river okay?
The elemental bobs up and down.
I know just the place then.
Muddy path slows down the wagon a bit, but it isn't too bad. When we go downhill, I have to be careful not to let it out of control. Other than that, it's pretty easy. From the bottom of the hill, it's not too far to the spot I had in mind. I noticed a small abandoned ramp into the river the way back when I was still living in the woods, but it wasn't useful to me
I
then.
don't know why anyone built this place, but it sure worked out for me.
Kneeling near the bottom of the ramp, I wrap the wagon's rope around my wrist to keep it from rolling away, then undo the straps on the tank. With both hands, I gently tilt the tank onto its side. The water and elementals spill out, flowing down the dirty concrete and into the river. The water begins to churn immediately, bubbling as if something huge is coming to the surface. A rushing sound echoes about the empty area before a torrent of water suddenly shoots upwards like a fountain, arcing over me. As I look up, I see the elementals shimmering within the water, catching the light from the sun. For one brief moment, the most beautiful, vivid rainbow I've ever seen hovers before me, so close that I could touch it. When the water and elemental crash back into the river, and everything goes still, I smile, certain that I understand.
You're welcome.
We don't have anything else to do today. Let's try the cafe again. Maybe she goes and gets a second cup of coffee. I did the thing where I didn't know what I wanted to order, so I absentmindedly ordered something I didn't actually want. Now I'm sitting here with a black coffee that's way more than I bargained for. I mean, it's good quality coffee, it's just... Oh wait, duh, I can get myself sugar and creamer from the little counter with napkins and stirrers. I just get sweet drinks so often I forget those are there. Let's see, how much sugar and cream is the right amount? 1 each? Ugh, it's still so bitter. Let's try one more. Nope, not enough. Let's put 5 more. While I'm here, I might as well keep some sugars and creams in my pocket, since they're free. I think I catch an employee staring at me. She's probably thinking about what a good idea this is. My coffee is so yummy now. I'm a genius. All day, it's been showering on and off, raindrops still pattering on the roof even now. At least the frogs outside are comfortable, happily croaking away in the dark night. To stave off the cold, I keep a warm, bright blanket wrapped around me while sitting up and watching TV. I don't really understand all the complicated things the presenters are talking about, but it's interesting to see the reports from all around the world. My ears prick up as I hear someone walking to the door, a series of 3 knocks gently ringing out against it. Always 3 from Juliet.
Yeah?
I'm making some tea. Would you care to join me? I can make some hot chocolate as well.
Sure. Be right down.
A warm drink sounds nice right now. Not wanting to leave my cozy blanket, I decide to hold it tightly around myself as I waddle down to the kitchen with it. The stairs prove a little difficult, but I manage. There are already 2 mugs sitting on the table when I arrive, and the kettle is already steaming. As I take my seat, Juliet pours boiling water into each cup.
You knew what I was gonna say before you even asked me, huh?
I had a feeling, yes.
She pushes my mug across the table, and my hands peek out from my blanket to cradle it. Happy for the warmth, I hold the mug for a while before tasting the steaming hot chocolate inside.
I like the hot chocolate you make even better than the stuff at the Bell House.
Why, thank you. I'm happy to hear that. Although I imagine Aspen wouldn't be.
Do you ever go there? Now that I think about it, I'm surprised we've never gone together.
We haven't. Well, why don't we change that sometime?
Coffee, date the vampire. Coffee, date the vampire.
Perhaps we can meet Aspen for breakfast there instead. It has been a while since I've stopped by.
Sure! I've never gotten any food from there. Only drinks.
You're in for a treat then. They serve delicious pastries and
Pastries.
sandwiches.
Take a little sip of water here since we're getting an ad right now. Although we're gonna end pretty shortly anyway. What drink. We'll probably just finish this scene and finish up here.
There's a particular one that I know Aspen enjoys. Although, I can't remember what it was.
This is not the scene we need, by the way, Lana.
That's okay.
It's the next big scene that you should be here
I
for.
remember the last time I tried something that I didn't like.
That must come in handy when traveling the world so much, I'm sure.
Oh, yeah. Can't afford to be picky when you don't know the next time you'll even have options.
Have you found a favorite food? Or type of cuisine that you most enjoy?
Not really. Most of the time I just eat junk food or leftovers. Not really anything fancy.
Fancy date.
Understandable. If there's ever a certain dish or meal that you'd like to try, it would be my pleasure to help make that happen. Perhaps we could even learn to cook it here at home, so you could have it anytime.
Cooking date too.
Sure.
I toss that into the mental pile of if there's ever anything that Juliet's offered me. I know that she means well, but at this point I can't remember everything she said that about. The two of us continue to chat for a while, and I recount the full day's events with the elemental to Juliet, wrapping up my story at the point where I came home from the river.
Oops. That reminds me. I never put away the wagon. Let me know where it goes, and I can take it upstairs when I go back to my room.
Wagon? Oh, yes. Yes, of course.
Juliet quickly looks away, taking a sponge and busying herself cleaning some loose sugar off the counter. But it's obvious that something's off. I'm not sure what to do. It's so rare that Juliet's the one who seems uncomfortable. In fact, this is the only time I can think of. Other than when I first met her, of course, when I sort of tried to steal that painting.
By the way, who does all that stuff belong to? The wagon and the toys, that is.
Lana, I hope you're actually listening.
Were they part of the library children's section before or something?
No, they were personal possessions, not part of the library.
Oh, like from when you were a kid? I'm surprised you managed to keep them for that long then.
No, not my childhood.
Huh?
The sponge stops moving, Juliet's shoulders slumping as she gives up trying to work. I feel a little bad for making her act so oddly.
If you don't want to talk about it, that's totally fine. Sorry. I didn't know it was sensitive. I'm really, really sorry.
It's fine. You couldn't have known. Besides, perhaps it's only right that you know.
Know what?
She turns back towards me, taking a breath before she continues. Her eyes don't look at me, though. They're looking past me.
Do you remember when, several weeks ago, I told you that I met someone who changed my life? Someone who made me want to be a better person?
Yeah.
Well, her name, my daughter's name, is Cosette.
You have a daughter?
Yes, and she's been the biggest blessing in my many, many years of life. Although she's not of my own flesh and blood, she was my child. I found her on my doorstep one morning, tucked into a basket with a blanket and scarf around her. It was cold that morning. So very cold. When I opened my door and saw the silent bundle there, I feared that she was dead. But she was not. She was so very alive, and despite the cold, so very, very warm.
And I start tearing up.
She was barely a year old, if that. Yet she didn't cry. She could have been there all night for all I knew, but she never uttered a sound. I brought her inside, of course, just so she wouldn't freeze. Beyond that, I was panicked and confused. I'd never wanted a human child. I didn't even know how to raise one. To this day, I don't know why whoever abandoned her chose my doorstep to leave her on. Of all places. But how wonderfully, impossibly lucky I was. Because she didn't cry, I thought she might be mute. But that wasn't the case. She had a great deal to say. And as she got older, she would talk and talk. Every word was like music. A melody to my ears only. I felt so fortunate. And so unprepared. I suddenly had the life and well-being of another in my own hands. Her future. Her everything. It was a responsibility I had never asked for. And likely would have never asked for if my life hadn't changed that day. She grew and grew. From a curious baby to a precocious child. Then to a confident young lady. And finally, to a lovely woman. I couldn't have been more proud as a mother. Every graduation, every breakup, every smile and tear changed my life. As my daughter, of course it would be true to say that I raised her, but it was mutual. She also made me into the person I am today.
Once Juliet finishes speaking, I let out a breath I don't remember holding. Just as when she said she first started speaking, her gaze is still fixed on the empty wall somewhere above my head. Just like when Aspen gets sucked into one of her books, I can tell that Juliet's mind is somewhere else entirely.
The moment that I resolved to raise her, I made a promise. To myself and to her. A promise that I would do all in my power to make the world Cosette lived in, grew up in, a better one that I had experienced. That I would show her how to find the beauty and the joy in all things dark and terrible. In a sense, I ceased to exist as a single person. My life was no longer my own. It was tied, forever and always, to another.
So, all those toys and things.
Yes, the treasures and mementos of another life. Of happy days filled with laughter. Of scraped knees and tummy aches. Of heartbreak and homecomings. I keep them there as not
I know,
simply a
Ralph, I know.
reminder, but a tribute to those times.
Wow. I would have never guessed any of that. I never knew you were a mom.
Her gaze returns to me, to the world that we're in now. She gives a little smile, but it looks fragile.
Well, I suppose it's not something I speak of very often.
Does she live here in Wellington? Could I meet her?
Juliet regards me with a strange look, similar to earlier with the elemental. It's not that she looks angry, but like she's thinking about something very hard. I stare back, not sure of what else to do or what I might have said wrong. Like always, her expression soon softens.
She is in Wellington, yes. A bit of a walk, but not too far. You can go in the morning if you'd like. It's been a little while since I have.
Sure, fine by me. I guess it is getting kind of late for a visit, huh?
It is indeed. Speaking of which, I actually have some business I must tend to myself. Will you be alright on your own, Miho?
I like how Juliet's voice actor captured, like, there's an emotion pulling her back behind her voice, but she's trying to She's trying to sound as normal as she can.
Oh, yeah, of course. Don't worry about me.
Have a good night then. See you in the morning.
See you. I'll be ready to go first thing.
As Juliet leaves, I watch her go. It might just be me, but it seemed like she left in a hurry after saying that. Maybe she and Cosette had an argument about something. Or maybe she just didn't want me to meet the other people in her life. I'm probably just imagining it. The way she talks about Cosette is so different than the way I've heard Juliet talk about anything or anyone else. I can tell she cares a lot about her. Hopefully it'll make more sense tomorrow, after I go to meet her. When I finally decide to head up to my room, I take the wagon back first, as promised. I have to pick it up and carry it to get up the stairs, but fortunately it's not that heavy, even with my blanket bunched up inside. Once I get to the second floor, I put it down and drag the rest of the way to the storage room. After pushing the wagon into its empty slot, I take a proper look around, now that I know what this room actually contains. More than just toys, I also spot racks of clothes and stacks of books, and all kinds of other belongings. The whole room is pretty packed. Slowly making my way to the door, I carefully maneuver between a rocking horse and a dollhouse, taking care not to step on anything or knock it over. Taking one last peek around before I head back to my own room, I get the feeling that there's nothing missing from Cosette's childhood in there. I can't say for sure, but it certainly seems like Juliet hasn't let anything go. Anyway, we're gonna save right there, so that I can torture you all the next time that we stream. So thank you all so much for watching today. We'll be back on Thursday with more Please Be Happy. It's going to be the opposite of being happy, but it's okay. And then there's going to be a lot of new content that I haven't seen, starting probably the next time I stream this, when I can actually sort of delve into Juliet's backstory a little bit more, and you know, all the stuff having to do with her romance arc. Let's see. Is there anybody playing Please Be Happy right now? Only me, of course. What about Highway Blossoms? Nope. Okay. What about Heart of the Woods? What about Valhalla? Oh, we got a couple of people playing Valhalla here. Who's this? Okay, I found somebody playing Valhalla here. Brielle the Fox. So I'm gonna send you their way. I think that they're kind of early onto it because they're talking with Ingram right now. And Ingram kind of falls off in the latter half of the game, I think. So, alright. So I'm going to send you over to Brielle the Fox. I hope you guys enjoyed Valhalla, because you know that I'm a big fan of Valhalla. Thank you all so much for joining me today. Tomorrow, be more Final Fantasy X. And probably Please Be Happy Thursday. I don't know if I'm going to be streaming Saturday, but Friday will probably be Final Fantasy Friday. Anyway, thank you all for coming, and I'll see you later.